Chapter 17. Cass. As I make my way back through the crowded room, I'm stopped several times by people congratulating me on my engagement to Ben. I paste on a smile and nod, thanking them by name while making sure to ask for their support of my father in the fall. An hour passes before I finally reach Beth's side. "I need a drink," I say, glancing down at hers with envy. "I'm exhausted." Beth snickers. "I've been doing this since I was a teen. It's old hat after a while." Her amused expression suddenly shifts to a tense one. Ugh, Jake's coming. As soon as Jake steps into place beside us, Beth smiles at a couple passing by and says to him under her breath, "Be respectful or I'll personally kick your ass out tonight." Jake brushes one hand through his perfectly gelled hair, then raises his highball glass in the air, ice chinking. "Hey, it's all good, Beth." While I cynically scan his face, looking for his true intent, Beth turns to speak to a woman with a bob haircut and chic black glasses, who lightly touches her shoulder. "Good evening, Beth and Celeste. Do you remember me? I'm an old friend of your mother's. The last time I saw you, you were just starting middle school. I'm sorry your mom wasn't able to attend tonight's function." Beth's eyes light up. "Hi, it's Sylvia, right?" The woman nods and glances at the silver-haired man with her. "This is my husband, Richard." Beth introduces Jake to the couple, and he smiles and shakes their hands. But once Beth has their full attention, he turns and narrows his gaze on my throat. "That's not Celeste's style at all," he grates in a low tone. "Remove it." "No." Jake's mouth slants in a thin line, as if he's trying to keep his cool. "I won't let you disrespect her. Take it off." "Screw you," I mouth and start to walk away, but Jake touches my shoulder and pulls me back. All smiles. "You must get to know your mother's two favorite people, Celeste," Jake says. Keeping his hand on my shoulder in a friendly manner, he gestures to the couple. "I'm not much on wine, but Richard just said he's a big enthusiast." "Oh, yes, we spent a fortune renovating our house just to include a cellar," the man says, his expression fully animated. While the man goes into detail about the cost and time it took to renovate, Jake nods and acts like he's just being chummy with me. When I try to pull away, he quickly moves his hand beneath my hair and slides his thumb under the velvet collar. I tense as the clasp digs into my skin, locking me in place. Beth and Sylvia are so completely enthralled by Richard's story of discovering an old painting inside the wall during the renovation that they don't notice me elbow Jake in the ribs to make him let me go. But it's too late. The velvet gives way. Fury and panic whip through me as I feel the raven slip free of the loose velvet. I quickly cup my hands and barely manage to capture the raven, saving it from hitting the floor. For a split second, the diamond-encrusted raven is crystal clear, but it immediately blurs with the sudden mist in my eyes. "Better," Jake mutters as he releases me and stares at my bare throat. I hate that I have to hold my scream of anger inside. Instead, I blink back unshed tears and glare my fury at him, snatching the broken choker from his grasp. It's like he knows just what to do to destroy my inner happiness. Turning to the couple, Jake says, "Hey, Richard, I'm sure Celeste would be happy to show you her parents' wine collection. It's quite extensive." Richard rubs his hands together, grinning. "I would love that." Jake glances my way, a knowing smile on his face. "Why don't you lead the way, Celeste?" "I'll do it," Beth jumps in. "But Celeste is the wine expert," Jake insists. "Richard can drill her on tannins and terroir, aroma, regions, and variety to his heart's content." Jake's trying to make me slip up. It's like he has suddenly decided to turn this into some kind of game. When Beth tries to insist, I put my hand on her arm. "I'll be happy to show Richard the wine cellar." "Oh, I want to see it too," Sylvia pipes in.
Since the elevator only holds two, why don't Celeste and I go down first and turn on the lights, and you and Richard can follow?
Jake says affably. Beth looks at me, worry in her gaze. I plaster on a confident smile. Sure, let's go talk wines. Holding my hand out to Beth, I say, hold this for me, please, and then tuck the diamond raven and velvet ribbon into her hand. As the four of us pass by Calder, he looks at me and instantly frowns. We turn down the hall that leads to the elevator, and I see Calder following. My wrists are stinging and itching like crazy, so I'm relieved to know he plans to follow us. When I hear Beth call his name, my insides jerk. The last thing I want is to be alone with Jake, even for the minute or two it'll take for the couple to join us in the cellar. I keep my smile steady as Jake and I step into the elevator. But the second the doors close and we start to descend, I snarl at him. Were you born this evil, or did that black hole inside you develop over time? Jake calmly slides his hands into his pants pockets.
I asked you to take the necklace off nicely. See what happens when you don't listen?
You're certifiable, I hiss, folding my arms to keep from gouging his eyes out as we step off the elevator. He shrugs as the doors close and the elevator zips back up.
Did I tell you that Ben is coming later?
God, I hope he brings a muzzle for you, I snap, before walking into the dimly lit cellar room and turning on the main lights. As the elevator begins to descend to the bottom floor once more, Jake stands in the doorway rocking on his heels.
Yeah. After I sent him that text telling him you're not Celeste. It's amazing how quickly my brother was able to arrange to get off work. I bet he'll get here in record time.
I gape at him, my stomach twisting into knots at the thought of having to face Ben. He must feel so betrayed right now. I can't believe you did that to your own brother. You truly are a vile person. The elevator begins to slow to a stop and his gaze slits on me.
What made you think you could fill her shoes? For even 5 minutes?
For a split second, I'm instantly transported back to that moment when he said something similar to me in high school. And all those insecurities and nagging self-doubts rise to the surface. Except I'm not the same person I was back then. Everything he's done to me from the past to the present boils to the surface. But it's the way I felt when he broke Calder's necklace that makes me step right in front of him. Why did I step in for Celeste? Because I have something you'll never have, Jake. It's called compassion. I finish at the same time I grab his shoulders and knee him in the balls as hard as I can. As Jake doubles over, grabbing his junk and wheezing in pain, Sylvia and Richard step out of the elevator. What's wrong with Jake? She asks, worry in her gaze as she pats him on the back. I shake my head and mumble. It's probably something he ate. As Richard grabs a chair from the tasting area and sets it against the wall for Jake. Jake flops into the chair and waves the couple off, croaking,
I'm fine. Go check out the wine.
Are you sure? Sylvia asks as I hook my arm in hers. He's good, I assure her. Come on, let me take you and Richard on a tour. I'm thankful that I took the time to walk around the place the last time I was down here, but I'm even more grateful for my travels. That's where I learned to truly appreciate fine wine. After I take Sylvia and Richard into the tasting room, and they have pulled out every custom-made drawer to inspect hundreds of bottles inside, I'm surprised but relieved to see Calder standing in the doorway as I lead the couple back to the elevator. Where's Jake? Sylvia asks. Calder pushes the elevator button and the doors slide open.
Beth took him upstairs to get some water.
That's good. He definitely looked a bit pale. Once Sylvia and Richard get into the elevator, she smiles at me, her cheeks glowing. Thank you for the informative tour, Celeste. I think Richard learned a thing or two he didn't know about wines. Richard laughs, nodding his agreement.
You really know your stuff, young lady. Thank you for the tips. I certainly plan to implement them.
You're welcome, I say. See you upstairs. They wave and the elevator doors close. Sighing my relief, I walk back into the main room and start to turn off the lights.
Leave them,
Calder says from directly behind me. I let my hand drop, but don't turn around. Beth brought you down here?
She told me that Jake was mouthy yesterday, and she was worried he was getting that way again. I came down expecting to flatten the jackass.
He traces a finger along the scooped back of my dress.
Why didn't you tell me that he got aggressive with you?
It's cool in the cellar, but my skin feels like it's on fire where his finger connects. Beth set him straight. I thought that was the end of it. You didn't let on that you know I'm not Celeste, did you? His fingers slowly trail along my skin.
No. I'm not taking a chance that Beth will tell her boyfriend about us. And not that I'm not damn proud of you for taking care of yourself, but having to help Beth get that shithead into the elevator without inflicting my own level of punishment grated. What did he say that set you off?
If I tell him about the necklace, he'll go after Jake. We're too close to screw this up, so I tell him the other shitty thing Jake did. He told his brother the truth about me out of spite, and now Ben's on his way over here. I say, my voice shaking. Calder's fingers still on my back.
That's why you racked the guy? Over Ben?
Shit, he's taking what I said the wrong way. I try to refocus on the issue of common decency. Ben didn't deserve to find out like that. He has done nothing wrong. Calder turns me around and tilts my chin up.
Do you want...
He cuts himself off, his gaze dropping to my throat.
Where's your necklace?
He demands, his thumb tracing my bare skin. He can't know what really happened to it. The clasp came loose. I took it off so I wouldn't lose it. He frowns.
You didn't go upstairs. Where is it?
I shake my head. I asked Beth to hold it for me. Calder's gaze narrows.
Have you changed your mind about us, Cass?
What are you talking about? I ask, my stomach pitching.
Do you fucking want to be with Ben?
He demands, slamming his hands on the wall behind me. He's literally shaking with tension, tortured fury in his gaze. I don't know what to do other than to show him how I feel about him. I reach up and rub my fingers along the raised vein in his temple, then lightly press my lips to his jaw and whisper, "Does this feel like I want someone else, Calder?" Big hands suddenly clasp my jaw, and he tilts my head as his warm mouth claims my lips in a hard, desperate kiss. The fierce thrust of his tongue against mine is so brutally primal, my body clenches and throbs in response. I match his passion, spearing my fingers into his hair and pulling him closer.
Why can't I think straight when it comes to you?
He rasps, pressing his mouth against my throat at the same time he lifts the bottom of my dress up and slides his hands up the back of my thighs to my rear.
Now she wears underwear,
he says in a dry tone, sliding his fingers under the lacy edge to palm my backside. I snort. Just for you. He chuckles and murmurs,
"You have such a beautiful ass,"
as he steps fully against me. I moan at the sensation of his hard erection digging into me and press my body closer, letting him know I want him just as much. Calder lifts me up, his voice gravelly with possessive intensity.
"You should be wearing my necklace, Angel,"
he says, right before he bites down on the side of my throat. I gasp and lock my legs around his hips as shivers prickle my skin and a rush of heat flows from my head to my chest to my sex in one long ribbon of yearning want. Gripping his shoulders, I arch against him and soak up every bit of the erotic, pleasurable pain. He nudges his cock against my sex, his fingers clasping my ass in a possessive hold.
"When I close my eyes,"
he says, his voice rough against my jaw,
"I can still taste you on my tongue. So sweet and addicting. You should be illegal.
He slides his nose along my neck and inhales deeply, then lets out an unsteady breath, his body tensing.
Fuck. I want you so much, Cass.
Afraid he's going to pull away, I tighten my thighs and yank him as close as our clothes will allow. Then do something about it. I don't give a damn where we are. Calder buries his face against my neck as he walks us over to the tasting table. Setting me down on the edge, he clasps my knees and spreads them wide, growling,
"Don't move them."
I exhale softly as he tilts my chin up and trails his fingers down my throat. His chest rising and falling, he asks in a steely tone,
"Am I going to have to solder my gifts on you, sweet Cassandra?"
I tremble at the sensation of his other hand tracing up my inner thigh, then brushing along the flimsy edge of my panties. I told you, the clasp came I swallow my gasp of excitement as he deftly slides my panties aside and buries 2 fingers deep inside my channel. His eyes glitter with territorial dominance as he withdraws, then presses deep once more.
"I love how wet you are for me."
Turning his hand, he hits bone-melting places, jacking my desire even higher, and his voice drops to a low, arrogant purr.
"This right here is all that fucking matters,"
he says, and bends close to take my bottom lip between his teeth. I pant as he drags his teeth along the sensitive skin, the pain making me want to move against his hand. When I clench my fingers against his suit coat, he releases my lip and commands,
"Show me, Cass. Fucking show me how much you want this."
The fact that he's possessing my body without moving is pure torture. I quickly unbuckle his belt and unzip his pants, needing his fully engaged dominance. Grabbing his hard cock through his silk boxers, I slide my thumb over the tip and use the material to tease him back. "Let me show you what want feels like," I say, then quickly bend to cup my mouth over his boxers. Calder groans and palms the back of my head. He fists his hand in my hair, and his hips surge forward as he buries his cock as deep as he can.
"Your mouth and silk, fucking amazing."
I tighten my mouth, using my hand to slide the silky material against his sensitive skin. At the same time, I push his cock through the slit in his boxers and rub my lips and tongue down his hard, warm flesh. I grasp his sack through the silk and moan. Breathing heavily, Calder pulls me off him. Lust swirling in his gaze, he commands,
"Put your hands on the table and keep those thighs spread wide."
Panting, I flatten my palms on the table and arch my back to force my legs against the edge of the table. Calder leans close and puts one hand directly behind my back. My body is throbbing in anticipation. I lock my gaze with his. When his cock presses against my sex as I start to close my eyes, Calder grates out,
"No, watch us."
My eyes fly open and I bite my lip at the sight of his thick cock pressing inside me. Calder flattens his hand against my ass, his fingers flexing.
"This is what being truly taken means,"
he says, pulling me forward at the same time he slams against me. I gasp as he fills me, stretching my body to accommodate his thick girth. For a split second, Calder stills, and a shudder rushes over him before he yanks me off the table and sets me against the ceiling-to-floor wooden drawers. With a powerful rock of his hips, he withdraws, then surges inside me, his hands locking my body to him.
"Fuck, you feel so good."
Pausing, he starts to pull out.
"Cass, we should use—"
"Don't stop," I hiss, locking my legs around his hips. The need for release clawing in my belly, I grip a drawer's edge behind me and arch, taking him in deeper. We both moan and bottles rattle, but I don't care. Calder has me so primed, my body is already tightening toward fast-approaching bliss. Using the drawer's leverage, I roll my hips and encourage his rough possession. Predatory heat flickering in his gaze, Calder presses his chest to mine, his hard body hitting my clit with toe-curling force. My heart suspends and I cry out as I come, my insides clenching tight. Calder exhales and rests his head on my shoulder, his arms like steel beams holding me up. When I slow my pace, he blows out a harsh breath, then begins to move once more. This time, his need is fiercer, coming through in harsher, more powerful friction. My back hits the drawers hard and bottles rattle behind me, but I don't care if they all come crashing down around us. This connection with Calder is beyond anything we've experienced before. It's a deeper, tangible melting of flesh and emotions. As another orgasm rocks through my body, I let go of the drawer and clasp his jaw. Pulling him to me, I bite his sexy bottom lip and pant against his mouth. How bad do you want me?
Bad enough to fucking crawl inside you,
he rasps. I grip his hair and tug hard, my voice husky with aroused amusement. I don't think you can fit in there.
When are you going to learn to never challenge me?
A darkly wicked chuckle vibrates against my jaw before he slides his hands lower. I gasp when knowing fingers spread my entrance wider, taking complete control over my body. My breath hitches with each kiss of his balls against my sensitive lips. The added stimuli revs my passion all over again. I feel raw, cracked open and exposed, fully laid out for his sensual taking. I'm so shredded by the way he makes me feel, I cling to him and absorb every bit of decadent pleasure. We move together, faster, harder, our breathing labored. The moment I climax, my body clenching hard around his, he shudders and groans as his warmth pulses deep inside me. Slowing to a stop, he presses his forehead to mine.
Now that you've lost that challenge, sweet raven.
He inhales deeply, then exhales a territorial grunt as he slides his fingers together, sealing my body around his cock.
You're keeping every last drop.
The sound of the elevator coming toward the cellar sets us into motion. Calder quickly sets me down and rights his clothes, while I slide my underwear in place and push my dress back down. Heart racing, I step over to the hidden door in the corner of the room and open it, pointing to the secret passageway. Follow this and you'll exit upstairs. Calder shakes his head.
Not until I know who's coming down here.
Sighing, I gesture to the passageway once more. Hide in here until you know who it is. Then you can go upstairs. Calder sets his jaw, and as he ducks into the darkness, the elevator doors open. Celeste? Beth calls out. Are you down here? I shoo Calder on and start to close the door, but he cups the back of my neck and pulls me forward, his low baritone a husky rumble against my temple.
Be glad you slept the day away. You won't be getting any sleep tonight, Angel. I'm nowhere near done with you.
My heart speeding up once more, I huff a breath of anticipation, then smile and shove him behind the door, calling out, I'm in the tasting room, Beth. High heels click lightly on the stone floor before she appears in the doorway. What are you still doing down here? I saw Sylvia and Richard come up a while ago. I pull open one of the wine drawers and turn a couple bottles around, facing the labels outward. I was just putting the room back the way we found it. Richard is nice, but after inspecting the wines, he set the bottles back on the racks without making sure the labels faced outward. He touched so many I was checking every drawer. Beth waves toward the drawers, her tone dismissive. If you're doing this in an attempt to avoid Jake, don't worry. He felt too sick to stick around. But you do need to come upstairs with me right away. What's so important? I start to shut off the light, then pause, tensing. Is Ben here? When Beth shakes her head, my shoulder muscles relax. Flipping the switch, I follow her to the elevator and step inside. So what's up? While the elevator moves upward, Beth turns to me, her gaze anxious. The police arrived 5 minutes ago and asked to speak with you.
Chapter 18. Calder. My phone vibrates in my pocket as I exit a closet in the hallway upstairs. I pull it out and notice I have a text from Bash, but when I see Gil's name in the ID, my chest tightens. Gil never calls. Is he having a relapse? Pausing, I quickly answer. Hey, Gil, is everything all right? I'm calling for a reason, Calder, and I want you to listen this time. Gil's tone is harsh, reminding me of that night he sprayed me with a fire hose. My fingers flex on the phone. I don't like leaving Cass this long. Can this wait until later? No, it can't. I ran into Alana earlier and she told me about the gift she helped you with. That was supposed to be private, I say, my jaw clenching. Yeah, well, she only told me because I asked you why you two didn't work out. I snort, annoyed with Gil's meddling. This isn't important, Gil. I'm hanging up now. I start to push end, but his harsh tone has my finger pausing over the button. Calder, Jackson, Blake, listen to me. Damn your stubborn hide. I put the phone to my ear once more. What? This is about the young woman you had the necklace made for. She's the one I asked about, right? The one you said you're guarding? If you truly care about her... Gil, just shut it, kid. This is about your mom. I stiffen and grit out. What? You wouldn't let me tell you in the past. Now you're going to listen, damn it. The incident your mother referred to in her letter wasn't an affair. Becca was drugged and raped. Stop! I cut him off, my whole body shaking with fury. I stride forward, my steps fast and determined as I head down the hall and turn for the stairs. Gil sighs. That bastard runs in those circles, Calder. Keep your woman safe. I don't want history to repeat itself. I won't fucking let that happen, I say, hitting the end button. Guilt and anger crush my chest. I'm furious that I let my own pain keep me from hearing the truth, and in doing so, put Cass at risk. Vengeance builds with each step I take. But right now, getting to Cass is my first priority. As I start down the stairs, Bash is halfway up, a determined look on his face. My gaze shifts to the people standing downstairs. Everyone is quiet, all staring at the foyer. I follow their line of sight and freeze. 2 police officers flank Cass on either side, their hands clasping her arms as they walk her toward the door, while Philip, Gregory, and Beth stand there watching. Is Beth crying? No! I bark out and rush forward. Bash hooks his arm across my chest, forcing me to a halt. His words low but harsh in my ear. Stop, Cald. I turn my fury on him, my tone deadly. Let go. I won't let you fuck this up. He grabs my arm in a tight grip and hauls me upstairs into the hall. As soon as we're on even ground, I yank my arm free and start to go around him. Bash grabs my hand and twists it behind my back. His words sharp but calm. I've already called my lawyer to meet them at the station, Cald. You need to calm the hell down and think. I won't let you tip off any of those pricks down there that were building evidence against them. Why the hell are they taking her? I twist free of his hold and dig my fingers into my hair. Pacing, I inhale and exhale several times, trying to get a grip. I'm not sure, but we'll find out. Are you calm now? He asks, his arms crossed. I normally don't have to explain strategic moves to you. I turn to him, my whole body vibrating. You don't understand. Bash frowns. Explain. I shake my head and walk away. I know he's right and we need to stay on course, but Cass should never have had to go with the police in the first place. She's being railroaded. They'd better not fucking charge her or I am going to go ballistic. Calder, what the hell is going on with you? I blow out a shaky breath and turn to face him. I just found out that my mother didn't have an affair. The guy drugged her and took advantage of her. Gil has been trying to tell me, but I didn't want to hear anything about the past. He called and demanded that I hear the truth. The brackets around Bash's mouth deepen. I'm sorry, Calder. I know that's a harsh blow, but why did Gil choose now to make you listen? I clench my hand into a fist, wanting to punch something. He knows I care about the person I'm guarding, so he called to warn me. He doesn't want anything to happen to her. Shaking his head in confusion, Bash moves closer. Why would he think something might happen to her? Because my father is Philip Hemming, that's fucking why. What the hell, Calder? Bash's low, angry tone hangs between us. Walking away from me, he paces twice, then steps right in my face. You are too fucking close to work this case with any kind of objectivity. How could you not tell me? I cross my arms and stare him down. I didn't tell you because it was no one's fucking business who my mother cheated on my father with. Except she didn't, Bash counters, his expression stony. And now that you know, I'd appreciate you keeping my sick-as-fuck family tree to yourself. I shoot back. This is my case. I will see it through. No, you won't. You're going to train for that fight. Cass is out of danger now. I'll take over the case. Out of danger? I slice my hand toward the bottom floor. She's going to the goddamn police station, where she's no longer having to pretend to be Celeste, and she's out of Philip's reach. We stand there, staring each other down. A battle of wills silently raging. Talia enters the hall and approaches. Everyone is leaving. It's time to go. When neither Bash nor I blink, she steps between us, her voice stronger. My best friend is at the police station. I would like to go be with her. Point me to Celeste's room so I can get her phone. I don't believe she brought anything else with her. I gesture to the room at the end of the hall. I'll see you two at the station. When I start to walk away, she grabs my arm. I'm sorry, Calder, but until you're done with the EUC, it's too dangerous for you to be seen with Cass on a personal level. I shake my head. I won't let her think I abandoned her. Don't worry, Talia says, releasing me. I'll tell her I wouldn't let you come. Go home. We'll keep you updated. My gaze snaps to Bash, whose tense expression clearly says, that was a perfect example of you not thinking clearly. Pulling Talia to his side, he addresses me. Go collect your stuff. And no matter how much you want to, do not engage with Philip on your way out. As far as you're concerned, your trial guard role is over. When I curl my lip in a frustrated snarl, the tension in Bash's tone amps. I promise you we'll make the bastard pay for every despicable thing he's done, Calder.
Chapter 19. Cass. This is a freaking nightmare. I rub my temples and try to ignore the two detectives hovering over me in the police interrogation room like a couple of vultures waiting for me to finally keel over.
Why don't you run it down for us again?
The pot-bellied middle-aged cop in a brown wrinkled suit jacket pulls up a chair and sits at the table across from me. Because all identity thieves are honest, right, Joe? His female partner in a sharp pantsuit and pixie cut says as she walks the floor behind him.
Stop pacing, it's making me dizzy, Tori.
He grunts, then looks at me expectantly. I sigh, wondering if I repeat what I've already said several times after I made my one phone call to Talia, if they'll actually hear me this time. I'm not saying a word without my lawyer. We can do this all night.
If you're innocent, what does it matter?
Tori props her fit butt on the corner of the table in the small interrogation room, while her partner unbuttons his straining jacket and flips open his notebook and reads off the notes.
According to our officers, an anonymous tip was called in this evening stating that you were impersonating Celeste Carver, and that the real Celeste is missing.
He pauses and gestures to me.
The Carver family says you claim that Celeste asked you to be her for one night, and when she didn't show the next day, they asked you to continue on through tonight's event, in the hopes they could locate her without a lot of media attention. Is that about right?
I want to yell at them, "Yes, damn it!" But then, after what I experienced once Beth and I walked into Gregory's office an hour ago, my response stays firmly stuck in my throat. Could I have said or done anything differently that wouldn't have landed me here in this room?
Thank you for bringing her, Beth,
Philip said. He gestured to the cop and continued,
This police officer is following up on an anonymous tip called in earlier tonight that suggested you're impersonating Celeste.
I look at Philip and Gregory, unsure what was going on in their heads, but one thing was for certain. I refused to lie to the police again. Yes, it's true. I addressed the uniformed police officer and tried not to get too anxious about the second officer waiting just outside the office door. I'm not Celeste Carver. My name is Cassandra Rockwell, and Celeste asked me to impersonate her for one night during her father's political event. When she didn't arrive home,
Let me stop you right there.
The police officer interrupted me and glanced down at the notepad in his hand.
Was that you the other night when the police came by asking about the abandoned vehicle they found with blood and Celeste Carver's ID in it?
I nodded. Yes, that was me. It was the night Celeste asked me to be her. I was out with her sister Beth and was supposed to meet up with her and switch places, but she didn't contact me, so I went back to her house. When I arrived, the police were here. You have to understand, Celeste was adamant that no one know I was pretending to be her, so I stayed quiet that night in the hopes she would contact me. The next morning, when I still hadn't heard from her, I told her family the truth. That's when they asked me to continue on as Celeste, so they could quietly look for her while hopefully avoiding a media frenzy during Mr. Carver's events.
Asking Miss Rockwell to stay on gave us a chance to conduct our own search for Celeste in places she might have gone,
Philip said smoothly, as he walked over and opened a filing cabinet drawer.
But it also gave us time to conduct our own investigation into Miss Rockwell's story.
Investigate me? I gaped at him. You know it's not a story, I said, my heart thumping hard as I watched him pull out a folder and the cell phone that Celeste gave me.
We still hope to locate Celeste,
he continued as if I hadn't spoken.
But now that it has been 48 hours, it's time to turn this over to the authorities.
He handed the folder and the cell phone that Celeste gave me to the police officer.
I believe you'll find ample evidence in here to question Miss Rockwell and Celeste's disappearance, starting with the fact she made up the entire story of Celeste asking her to pretend to be her in the first place.
What evidence? I gestured to the phone. There is proof on that phone that Celeste recruited me. Texts.
I found no such texts.
Philip stared at me with a bold, accusing gaze. That's a lie. If they aren't there, you deleted them. Gregory cleared his throat and glanced my way, frustration and betrayal in his gaze.
As Philip mentioned, there are no texts between Celeste and Miss Rockwell on that phone. It is a clone of my daughter's phone, but we have since learned it's not hard to clone a phone if you have the right equipment. In the folder, you'll not only find interviews of past classmates who state that my daughter was never friends with Miss Rockwell in high school, but actually the opposite. These classmates claimed that Miss Rockwell hated my daughter for some perceived wrong Celeste did to her in high school.
When I glanced at Beth and shook my head, she took a step away from me, her eyes wide. Is that true, Cass? I gripped the back of the leather chair for support. Your sister did play a prank on me in high school, and I didn't like her for it. That is true, but I wasn't obsessed with Celeste. She came to me for help, Beth. That's the truth.
Didn't you say that you pretended to be Celeste at a party in the past?
Philip asked.
Did she ask you to be her back then, too?
No, she didn't ask, but it's not what you think.
So you did it for what? Kicks?
Philip doesn't give me a chance to answer before addressing the police officer.
In the folder, there is also a copy of Miss Rockwell's medical history from a hospital stay a few years ago, where she was put on suicide watch.
That's private! How dare you dig through my medical records? Philip doesn't spare me a glance.
I believe that's enough to show her mental state isn't a stable one, and could absolutely contribute to her becoming obsessed with Celeste. Not only does her photography business give you another data point into her obsession with an ultra-rich lifestyle, like Celeste had, but my son Jake claims Miss Rockwell hated the fact he only had eyes for Celeste, and wouldn't give her the time of day back in high school.
You knew Jake? Why did you pretend you didn't know him? Beth looked at me as if every lie Philip just told had spread through her mind like a disease. Philip pointed to the folder.
You'll find a sample of Celeste's hair in that plastic sleeve we've stapled to the top. Please have it tested against the blood that was found in that abandoned car. We're hoping it won't match, but at this point, we've almost exhausted all the places we can think to look and need your help.
Why don't you tell them you've already had someone in the lab test a sample of Celeste's hair against the blood they found? The police officer turned his gaze on Philip, a frown on his face.
Is that true? You can't tamper with evidence. We want this person's name.
When Philip didn't speak right away, the officer demanded,
Right now, sir.
Once Philip grudgingly provided the man's name, the officer snapped the folder shut and turned to me.
Based on this, we have to take you in for questioning, Miss Rockwell.
I wanted to tell him that they had it all wrong, that Philip is the one they should be looking into, that they needed to know that Celeste was pregnant. But I didn't know for sure if Talia ever got Philip's glass, and without his DNA, we might not have enough to build a case against him. Instead, I said, This is insanity. I'm being framed. Sympathy reflected in the officer's eyes.
I'm following procedure, Miss Rockwell. A young woman is missing, and you're the last person to speak with her. This is just a formality.
I tensed when he reached for my arm. I insist on my phone call the moment we reach the station. As the officer walked me out of the room, I glanced Beth's way, surprised that she didn't bring up the pregnancy. She looked confused and hurt, and was probably wondering if I somehow manufactured the whole pregnancy scenario too. Pausing in front of her, I said, Celeste asked for my help for a reason. You have to believe that.
Miss Rockwell, do you know what the penalty is for impeding an investigation?
The detective's gruff voice pulls my attention back to them.
A lot less than a murder rap, that's for sure,
Tori says, snorting. I jerk my gaze to hers. Murder? She flips open a blue folder and reads the contents. According to the lab report, based on the amount of blood found in that abandoned car, there's no way the person survived that much blood loss. So you better pray the blood isn't Celeste Carver's, or you're potentially looking at a murder charge, Miss Rockwell. If you start talking now and tell us where you dumped the body, we might be able to talk the district attorney into reducing your sentence. I'm so shocked by the proof that Celeste has been murdered, I open my mouth to speak, but nothing comes out. I try once more, but a tiny woman with striking silver hair opens the door. Not a word, Cass. Understand? When I nod, she turns to the two detectives, her bobbed hair swinging with her movements. I'm Felicity Danvers, and you two have no right to talk to my client without her lawyer present. Get out of this room right now before I have you both written up. Joe rolls his eyes and pushes himself to a standing position, muttering his disgust over uppity lawyers. Tori raps the edge of the folder sharply on the table and says in an ominous tone,
"We'll be back, Cass. Don't think you're going anywhere."
As soon as they close the door behind them, Felicity sits down beside me and puts a petite hand over mine.
"It's nice to meet you, Cass. Sebastian and Talia sent me to lift your spirits while kicking ass. Do you want me to represent you?"
Why wouldn't I? She smiles and sets her briefcase down.
"You're apparently very popular tonight. There's another lawyer outside claiming he was sent to represent you."
I frown. By whom?
Felicity shrugs. "I have no idea. I've already talked to Sebastian, and he's brought me up to speed on your investigation. He hopes to have all the evidence necessary to build a strong case against Philip. This evidence might all be circumstantial, but it'll certainly be more compelling and easier to draw an inference of guilt than what they have on you. Right now, I need to go talk to the chief, but I wanted your permission to ask for this deal."
What deal? I ask, eyeing her warily. She squeezes my hand. For a woman under 5 feet, she has a surprisingly strong grip.
"They aren't going to charge you, dear. I won't let that happen. But we need time to get the paternity tests run against the DNA samples. Would you be willing to stay here overnight? We should have the results in the morning."
My heart starts racing with worry. You just said that they won't charge me.
That's why this conversation is only going to happen between me and the chief. He'll know what we're doing. But because we don't know who else in this department Philip Hemming might have on his payroll, it's going to have to look like you're being held, pending charges. That way Philip won't be tipped off.
Pulling out a pad and pen, she hands it to me.
"For now, I need you to write down everything that happened from the moment Celeste approached you."
There's one thing none of us knew while collecting this evidence. Her eyebrows shoot up.
"What's that?"
My hands tremble so hard I have to set the notepad and pen down. One of the detectives just told me that the lab report on that abandoned car states that the person couldn't have survived that much blood loss. I look down at the blank pad, my voice shaking. We know for certain that the blood is Celeste's. I can't believe she's gone. She presses her lips together, then takes a deep breath.
"Murder certainly ups the stakes, but it doesn't change the plan. We just need to provide them with compelling evidence, which is coming."
But all of this hinges on us proving that Philip is the baby's father. I put my hand on my chest and take several breaths, trying not to hyperventilate. If I'm wrong, and the tests prove he's not, I'm screwed. She takes the pen and puts it in my hand.
"We will know for sure tomorrow. This is just for me for now, but I think it will also help calm you down. Start writing."
Chapter 20. Calder. I body slam Eric to the mat, shoving my shoulder into his chest. He tries to wrap his arm around my neck, but I'm relentless and don't let him get a good lock. Grabbing his arm, I roll over his body and fully extend his arm into a brutal armbar hold. In the distance, I hear voices followed by pain exploding in my shoulder. My vision comes into focus. Gil is bent over me. He jabs his cane into the same spot and raises his voice. "Let him go, Calder." I immediately release Eric, who quickly rolls away holding his shoulder. "Sorry," I mumble, while rubbing sweat off my brow. "Take it down a few notches, dude," Eric gripes before walking off. I start to sit up, but Gil jams his cane right in the center of my chest, shoving me back to the mat. "Get your head on straight, Cald. You have a fight in 3 days, and getting disqualified isn't how you win fights." Lifting his cane back to the floor, he leans on it, his lined face scrunched in lecture mode. "I know you didn't expect the bout to be rescheduled so quickly, but if you can't get back to the level of focus it'll take to beat Hammer, I will find a way to get you pulled, and the EUC will continue their shitty ways for another year. He'll get there, a deep voice says from behind Gil. I jump to my feet, fists clenched. You'd better be here to tell me Cass is at home. Bash slides his hand into his slacks pockets and looks at Gil. Can we have a minute? Gil's gaze pings from Bash to me and back. I've got some paperwork that needs doing anyway. As he ambles off, he waves to Eric. The others won't be here until 8. Come do some filing for me, Eric. Nothing will make you want to finish that college degree more. Once Eric follows Gil into his office, I face my cousin, still fuming that Cass had to spend the night in holding. Well, I came to check on you. After you woke me at 5 ranting about Cass and then again at 6, Talia kicked me out of bed. He pauses to glance back toward Gil's office. It appears sending me here was a smart call. I can't fucking believe Cass had to stay the night. Is there any way to rush the test results? Bash snorts. We are rushing them, but short of opening the lab earlier and conducting the tests myself, no. We'll have the results by 10, Called. Calm down. What if neither of the assholes turns out to be Celeste's baby daddy? What happens to Cass? Felicity says what they have on Cass is very circumstantial. Then why the hell go through this ruse? I say, flinging my arms wide. Because, short of having other suspects to go after, Cass is it. And there is a wrinkle, Calder. This is going to turn into a murder investigation. I go very still, my heart jumping to a sprinter's pace. Did they find Celeste's body? Bash shakes his head. No. The lab has already ruled that the abandoned car is the murder scene due to the amount of blood found there. Once the lab confirms that the blood is Celeste's, they will make this a murder investigation, and we need to be ready for that. Cass's past ties to Celeste may be circumstantial, but the police have just enough to make her life hell while they investigate further. They could turn over every minute detail in her life. We're trying to avoid that for Cass by asking her to stay put while we get the evidence. I think giving the police another suspect will go a long way in keeping her off their radar. I shake my head, gut twisting. I can't believe that Celeste is dead. Curling my hands into fists, the churning in my stomach turns into burning knots. I'm going to bury that sick fuck. You'll stay on course, Calder, Bash orders, his expression hard and just as angry. The last thing I need is you being charged for murder, no matter how justified. Bash trails off when 2 police officers walk into the main door. He and I glance at each other, then walk briskly over to greet them. What can we do for you, officers? I ask while ripping open the Velcro fasteners on my grappling gloves. Is Gil around? The tall one with a crooked nose asks. I gesture to the closed office door. He's in there working. I help manage the place. Is there something I can help you with? The younger, freckle-faced guy tilts his head. Do you know all the guys who frequent this gym? I tuck my gloves under my crossed arms. Yeah, I'm responsible for the scheduling. The crooked-nosed cop pulls his phone out and turns it around. Do you recognize this sweatshirt? As I stare at the blood-stained heather gray sweatshirt with Gil's Gym and a pair of MMA gloves printed on the front, the guy scrolls to the next picture, saying, This is the back. A single name is printed in the center. Rampage. I swallow the hard rock in my throat. That's Thomas's. The last time I saw him, he was wearing that sweatshirt. We haven't seen him in months. Where did you get this? Is he okay? He pulls his phone back. We're just trying to get a name at this point. There wasn't any ID in the clothes and the body was too decomposed for a visual one. Thomas is dead? Gil asks quietly from the open doorway. As I give Gil a solemn nod, Bash steps forward, his tone all business. Where did you find his body? Some homeless dude stumbled upon it in an abandoned part of the Lower East Side. Which road? Bash drills. The young guy starts to answer when his partner interrupts, looking at Gil. Can you provide Thomas's full name and home address? We'll need his dental records so we can officially ID him. While the officer follows Gil into his office, I ask the younger cop, where was he found? It'll help the guys here with closure if they have the full story. He glances at his partner, writing down the information from Gil, and whispers, Don't tell him I told you, but I understand the need for closure. The guy was found in a dumpster next to the old opera house in the Bowery. Once the officers leave, I follow Bash out, my chest tight. First the news about Cass potentially facing a murder charge, and now this? I've never felt so powerless. I fucking want to punch a wall. Cass's face flickers through my mind. I hate that I can't be there with her right now. And Celeste. God. I clench both fists, digging my fingers into the gloves. I will find a way to completely destroy Philip for all the misery he has caused. You okay, Cald? I blame myself for not seeing how unhappy Celeste was. I could have shared my thoughts on Philip. I could have... Don't go there, Bash scowls. You just found out from Gil how truly despicable Philip is. Your mom, Celeste, and now the way he has set up Cass to take the fall. They're all victims of the narcissistic son of a bitch's maneuverings. A person with sociopathic tendencies like his obviously lives in that space where he believes he'll never be caught. I shake my head and try not to freak out about Cass. If I do, I might just lose my shit. Taking a couple of deep breaths, I work to refocus on something less personal. Okay, back to Thomas. The guys in the gym clung to the belief that Thomas had just gotten frustrated and started over somewhere else. But Gil and I knew he wasn't the type to run from a fight. Unfortunately, the location where he was dumped wasn't anywhere near any of the previous secret EUC bouts, so there's nothing in the location that directly ties it to the EUC. I'm going to have my guys check out the site anyway, while I run down how Thomas died. If he was shot and bullets were recovered, we might be able to help the police connect the dots. I nod my thanks. Call me as soon as you get the paternity results, and Bash, make sure to check that Cass is doing okay. Bash puts his hand on my shoulder. Tali is already at the station with our lawyer waiting for the lab to call. We've got it covered. When I nod and start to go back inside, his hold tightens. I shouldn't have to tell you to watch your back, Cald. I'm sorry about your friend, but I hope this kick in the gut brings things into sharp focus as to where your head needs to be. Winning this fight puts you behind the curtain. I want to know what the hell they didn't want Thomas to see back there.
Chapter 21. Cass.
Go on, jump!
Jake stands to my left, his voice carrying over the howling wind. I shake my head, my heart screaming inside my chest. I'm on the edge of a cliff overlooking a wide valley. I try to step back, but my feet won't move. I wobble instead and gasp as I almost pitch forward.
You know it's for the best. It'll be quicker this way,
Philip says from my right, his hazel eyes turning toward the valley below, showing me where to go. No, I whisper, my voice trembling. Rocks scatter underneath my feet, tumbling down until they disappear into the dark cavern.
She's gone. That means you no longer exist either.
Philip speaks calmly, his tone clear and logical.
You're the doppelganger who was supposed to die, not her.
Jake sneers and jabs my shoulder with his knuckles. When I cringe and try to avoid another jab, Philip grabs my right arm and tugs, trying to send me over. I scream with everything I've got, and then I hear Calder's voice in the distance behind me.
Cass, I'm coming.
Calder! I yell and glance over my shoulder, trying to see him. My heart leaps and I try to pull free of Philip's hold, but now Jake has grabbed my other arm and is pushing my shoulder forward with the flat of his other hand. Calder? I call out and look back once more. He's running hard, but he doesn't seem to be getting any closer. The toe of my right shoe pushes just over the cliff, and then the left. Both men shove me at once, and I scream as I tumble forward, falling into total blackness.
Get up, Missy.
My eyes fly open to see a thick-boned woman with short, dark hair standing in the doorway. Her police uniform registers, and my chest suddenly feels like it's collapsing. Yes? She pulls open the door, her stoic face not giving any indication as to what she wants.
Let's go.
I sit up in the lumpy bunk bed and glance around the tiny windowless room. I must have fallen asleep around 8 in the morning. I'd been too anxious to sleep in the cell last night. I wanted to be awake when the news came. Worry fills me. Were we wrong? Philip wasn't the baby's father? Where are we going?
Paperwork, she grumbles.
When I see Felicity standing there smiling after we walk through another door, my eyes well with tears and I croak, "Can I go home now?" She nods.
The police are on their way to Philip's house as we speak. Now let's get this paperwork done and get you out of here.
As soon as we walk into the front of the police station, Talia jumps up from her chair and hugs me.
Tell Sebastian I'll touch base with him later,
Felicity says as I slip on the wool coat Talia brought for me. Squeezing my shoulder, the lawyer smiles and leaves us standing there in the busy station. You're free. Talia keeps her tone light as she fusses with the buttons on the coat. Making sure I'm fully buttoned up, she pulls me into a really tight hug and whispers harshly in my ear, "Don't ever worry me like that again. I think I've grown a few gray hairs in the last few days." Releasing me, she hooks her arm in mine and walks me out the door. I'm so glad we got him, Cass. Philip is going down. My stomach pitches as the news sinks in, and the cool morning air hits my face. It's not that I didn't expect Philip's guilt, but hearing it and knowing what that truth means about Celeste's past makes my heart ache for the loss of Celeste and her unborn child's lives, but also for the loss of her youth and of her innocence. Everything that vile man stole from her. Somewhere a bird chirps, unsure if it's spring yet. I glance up as it zooms past, its wings spread wide, and my heart squeezes. I'm free, but Celeste will never be. I take 3 steps, but don't make it any farther. My legs give out, and I sit down in the middle of the sidewalk, letting the tears fall. I cry harder than I ever have before. All the hurt I've held back rushes out in deep, heart-wrenching sobs. For the loss of my sister, the loss of my own innocence, the loss of myself for years, for almost dying. Every bit of pain flows with the tears dripping onto my knees as I grip my wrists. And Talia holds me. My best friend sits beside me and folds her arms tight around me. Rocking me against her warm body, she says in my ear, "I love you, Cass. I'll always be here for you. I'm your sister and you're mine, till death do us part." When the tears dry, I gulp back a sob and snicker. "I think Sebastian might have something to say about you using that line with me." She giggles and whispers, "Shh, it'll be our secret." Wiping the tears from my cheeks, she holds my face, her gaze searching mine. "Are you all right?" I clasp her hands and squeeze. "I will be. There, was more going on just now." "I know." Sighing, she pulls me to my feet and tucks a hank of my hair behind my ear. "I also figure you'll tell me when you're ready." "I told your mom that you're staying the week with me," Talia says once we pull away from the station in her car. "Thank you for covering for me," I say, staring absently at Manhattan's busy traffic. Its chaotic normalcy is strangely soothing. "Sebastian will let Calder know you're okay." She continues, and I just nod my appreciation. Now that I've bawled like a baby, I feel numb and drained. I fold my arms against myself, thankful for the coat she brought. The dress's thin sleeves are pretty, but not warm at all. Talia had my back in so many ways, but especially the last 24 hours. I'll never be able to repay her, but I can try. Thank you so much for Felicity. That woman is a power pixie. Talia chuckles. Sebastian calls her his pocket secret weapon. My eyes widen. There's no way he says that to her face. This is Sebastian we're talking about. She snorts. The man never holds back, though I'm pretty sure he's the only one who gets to call her that. We're quiet while she maneuvers through traffic. Then she says in a casual tone, I noticed last night that your tattoos were gone. How'd you manage that feat? Talia's trying to draw me out, when all I want to do is crawl inside myself. She's been here for me, and I need to return her friendship. I lower my hands to my knees and turn them palms up, staring at the bit of bare skin peeking outside of the dress and coat's sleeves. Beth covered my tattoos for me. I miss them. I can't wait to wash the makeup away. Tell me what the raven means. Why do you kiss it every once in a while? She asks quietly. The raven represents my sister. I rub my thumb along the scarred skin that the raven and branch normally hide. How ironic that the makeup makes the scars stand out in vivid clarity in the daylight. She raises her eyebrows. I didn't know you have a sister. Had. I correct her, then continue as I lift my gaze and stare straight ahead. When I told you what Celeste did to me back in high school, I didn't tell you the whole story. Taking a deep breath, I tell Talia everything about Jake and Brent, my sister's death, and my past issues with cutting. I vomit it all out without stopping, like I'm telling someone else's horrible story. I'm thankful that Talia never interrupts, but once I'm done and she still doesn't speak, I glance over to see silent tears streaking down her face, her hands tight on the steering wheel. Finally, she looks at me, her eyes glassy. Jake? Until you just retold the whole story, I hadn't put two and two together. I'd forgotten the boy's name tied to Celeste from high school. Jake Hemming is the Jake from your story. When I nod, she reaches for my hand and folds our fingers together. How could you go through with helping Celeste, knowing that Jake would be there? I shrug. At the time I agreed to help Celeste, I didn't know that she knew Jake on a personal level outside of high school. She'd always blown him off at school, but by the time I got detailed information from Celeste about the people in her family's life, I'd already agreed to help and was knee-deep. I had to go through with it. The only reason I was able to continue on as Celeste, after Philip, Gregory, and Beth discovered that I wasn't her, is because Jake still believed I was, and Philip insisted that his sons not be told. I sigh and shake my head. Which worked up until Jake somehow found out the truth. I'm still not sure who told him, but while laying in that cell last night, I realized that Jake had to be the one who called the police with that anonymous tip. Laughing a bit manically, I slide my hand from hers and rub my temple. Can you imagine my horror to discover Beth's boyfriend Brent is the other boy I never saw, but the voice I'd never forget? At times, I felt like Jake and Brent were the perfect storm to test my sanity to its limit. There is no way you told Calder any of this, Cass. I tense at the disapproval in her tone. I told Calder what happened in high school, but I refused to tell him the boys' names. He would have bodily carried me out of the Carver house right then and there. And we never would have learned about Philip, the baby, or any of it. Talia's lips press together in angry frustration, but I stand my ground. Don't look at me like that. I did what I had to do, and because of my time in Celeste's world, hers and her baby's death will have justice. She grudgingly nods, but then tilts her head, looking thoughtful. Do you think Beth told Brent about you? And since he knew Jake in high school, that he's the one who told Jake? I shake my head. Beth did tell Brent about me, claiming he's the only person she trusted. Even though Brent never came around the estate, I worried about the possibility he could share that information with Jake, so I asked her how she met Brent. Turns out, she met him when she attended one of the MMA events with some friends. That and the fact that Beth kept Brent a secret from her family, probably because in her heart she knew his business dealings could hurt her father's career, makes me think that the two guys aren't friends, not anymore. Jake had to have found out another way. Well, now that you're away from the Carver estate, you need to tell Calder all of it, Cass. About Jake and Brent. Everything. I will. But not until after the fight is over. I don't want to distract him. I get what you're thinking, Cass, but considering Brent is running the group Calder's trying to take down, I think he should know. That way he has a full picture of that guy and doesn't go in blind. Oh, by the way, he's not going by Brent Taylor. That's why his name was a dead end. He's using his mother's maiden name, Tremel. Ah, I see. You do make a good point about telling Calder. Glancing out the window, I look around in confusion when I don't recognize the upscale street Talia just turned down. Where are we going? She takes 2 more turns and hits the button on her sun visor, stopping in front of a high-end apartment building. You're staying with Sebastian and me. Talia! I sigh heavily as we pull into the building's underground parking. I know you told my mom already and I appreciate it, but I really just want to go home to my own bed. No arguing, Cass. She parks and cuts the engine, turning to me. With what you've just been through, you're not spending time alone. But Talia clasps my hand between hers. Do it for me, Cass. You had even more going on than I could have possibly imagined. I'm freaking out more than a little here. I need to see you smile and laugh again and know that you're okay. I am okay, I insist. When her lips purse, her gaze full of skepticism, I glance toward the elevator. Knowing my wishes have been outvoted, I give in to my friend. So, are you going to show me this awesome place I've never seen, or hold my hand all day? After I ooh and ah over their apartment's amazing top-floor view of Manhattan, Talia sets 2 duffel bags on the island in their kitchen. Pointing to the first one, she says, I know you want to get a shower, so here's a few days' worth of clothes. I glance up at her, my eyebrow hiked high. You planned this all along. When did you go by my apartment? Yesterday, she says, giving me an unrepentant look. I still have a key, remember? Gesturing to the other bag, I ask, and what's in there? Talia unzips the bag and pulls out my favorite go-to camera. I thought you might be missing this. Your phone is in this bag, too. I immediately snag the camera from her grip. Never hold it by the lens, silly. Before she can turn away, I quickly snap 4 pictures in a row of her staring at me with a wide smile. She truly is a beauty, but she has never let me take her picture before without putting a hand up and fussing. Apparently, life with Sebastian has made her truly comfortable in her own skin. Lowering the camera, I smile at that realization. Thank you. I've missed this so much. She gestures to the apartment. Well, this neighborhood is right up your luxurious lifestyle alley. Go out and walk around, snapping pictures to your heart's content. I'll probably go explore just to get my muse muscles working again, but I actually have another project in mind I've been planning. I want to create a photo book highlighting real life here in New York, beyond the glitz and glamour. Setting the camera down, I glance toward the bedroom she said I would be using. But for now, I'm definitely taking you up on that shower. Sebastian walks out of their penthouse elevator just as I rejoin Talia in the kitchen, where she'd laid out plates of meat, cheese, bread, and fruit and insisted that I eat.
"Hey, jailbird,"
he says to me as he shrugs out of his suit jacket and drops it on the back of a kitchen chair. When I frown at him, in the midst of taking a bite of my sandwich, he looks at Talia, all innocence.
"Too soon?"
As she rolls her eyes and pinches her fingers close together while chewing on a mouthful of blueberries, I fluff my damp hair. And just when I was about to thank you for sending Felicity, the power pixie, my way. Sebastian barks his laugh as he approaches Talia sitting on the stool opposite me.
"That's definitely going in my arsenal for future use, when Felicity is being particularly stubborn,"
he says before kissing his wife on the temple. His laughter subsiding, he pushes Talia's hair over her shoulder and lightly massages the back of her neck, addressing us.
"I'm sure you'll both love to hear that they expect to bring charges against Philip Hemming for Celeste's murder."
"Justice prevails," Talia says, raising her glass of juice to me. "I couldn't have done it without all of your help," I say, smiling my appreciation. Sebastian nods.
"Calder's been asking about you. He wants to be here, Cass."
I know. He's getting ready for the fight." I shrug off my disappointment and force an understanding expression. I hope he hasn't lost too much time with this stuff, that it hurts his training.
"Cald will get there. He's incentivized."
"In what way?" Talia asks, glancing up at Sebastian. He leans over and takes a bite of his wife's sandwich.
"I have more research for you later, if you're up for it."
When she glances at me, a torn look on her face, I yawn and stretch. "Don't mind me. After I take a quick walk to get my photography fix in, I'm going to fall into bed and sleep for a year." Talia smiles, then says to Sebastian, "Oh, I've been meaning to ask you about this." She brushes her hands clean on a napkin, then hops off the stool to open her purse on a shelf next to the window. Retrieving something, she hands it to Sebastian. "Do you know a jeweler who might be able to fix this?" My heart clenches when he lifts up the pave raven and black velvet ribbon necklace, frowning his confusion.
"Whose is this?"
"It's mine," I say, glancing at Talia while I eat a strawberry. "Thank you for getting it for me. The whole jailbird thing distracted me." Sebastian gestures toward me, his smirk telling his wife, "Justified." She gives him a stern look. "She can say it, you can't." Looking at me, she says, "Beth put it in my hand right before we left their house. She said she saw us talking and asked me if I could be sure to get it to you." "Do you think it can be repaired?" I ask Sebastian, hoping. "It was a gift from Calder," Talia tells him as she returns to her seat. The second, apparently, since he'd already given her a leather one with a silver raven. Sebastian inspects the pave raven.
"This is quite the upgrade, from leather and silver."
I smile but shake my head. "I prefer the leather one. It's something I can wear every day. I had to leave it behind at Calder's apartment because it's not the type of jewelry Celeste would wear. Calder gave me this one so I could wear something more in line with Celeste's style." He tries to bend the mangled clasp back into place.
"This is destroyed. What happened to it?"
I twist my lips in anger. Jake didn't think it was Celeste's style at all.
"What?"
Sebastian jerks furious blue eyes to me.
"He destroyed it because it wasn't something Celeste would wear?"
Yes, he did. I drop the strawberry back to my plate, my appetite suddenly gone. "If it can't be repaired, can you recommend someone who can replace the clasp?" "It truly is beautiful and one of a kind," Talia says, watching her husband try once more to fix the clasp so it'll stay closed. I smile and sigh. For a guy with commitment issues, Calder sure gives gorgeous gifts. He'll freak out if he sees this. I would like to restore it back to its original condition so he won't have to. Sebastian grunts and turns his attention to me.
My cousin has issues he's dealing with, but commitment to you isn't one of them.
I snort my disagreement. He flat out said he doesn't plan to marry. I'd say that's highly commitment allergic. Curling his fingers around the ribbon, Sebastian turns to face me.
Calder doesn't buy gifts once, let alone twice. When you couldn't wear his other necklace, he replaced it with this one so you could. He's collared you, Cass. This choker is as committed as a wedding band. In his mind, you're his.
That's a stretch, I say, trying to ignore the warm fuzzies and false hope his statement gives me. Yes, Calder is a bit territorial, but that's not the same as... never mind. Waving to Talia as she takes a sip of her juice, I say, "Tell your husband he doesn't know what he's talking about with this collared stuff." Talia coughs and spews juice all over the granite island. Sebastian slides my necklace in his pants pocket, then flattens his palm on the center of Talia's back as she wheezes and hacks.
Do you need me to smack you back here? Just tell me where, Little Red.
When Talia glances up at him with murderous eyes, her face turning bright red as she continues coughing, I laugh. I think that look means you'd better let her catch her breath on her own. I wake in the darkness to the sensation of warm fingers tracing my cheek, while a clean masculine smell tickles my senses. Calder. I inhale deeply and try to touch his face, but I'm still too groggy to make my arm work properly. He chuckles and takes my flailing hand.
Hey, sleepyhead,
he says quietly, kissing my knuckles.
I'm relieved you're okay. What did you need to talk to me about? Your note said it was important.
I glance at the clock. 9. I can't believe I've slept the whole day away. Are you okay? How's training going? I search the shadowed planes of his face, giving myself time to form the right words.
Training is fine.
His steady gaze holds mine as he presses his lips to my fingers. I wanted to wait until after your fight, but Talia said you needed to know now. I pause, psyching myself up to tell him. You asked me who the 2 boys were from high school. Calder stills, but then he quickly pulls me upright and sits on the bed facing me, his thigh pressed to mine.
Tell me.
Exhaling slowly, I say, it was Jake Hemming and Brent Taylor, who's apparently going by Brent Tremmel. Calder's expression instantly shifts from tender concern to cold steel.
Why didn't you tell me before now?
Tension makes my heart race and I curl my fingers around the covers. Because you wouldn't let me stay, and staying was the only way to clear myself of suspicion and help Celeste. When I agreed to help Celeste, I had no idea she knew Jake personally. And I never saw the other guy's face that night. But when I heard Beth talking to Brent on her speakerphone, I'll never forget his voice. Despite my past colliding with my present, I knew I could handle it, because Beth never brought Brent around and Jake didn't know that Celeste was actually me.
But Jake did learn who you were,
he says in a tight voice. I reach for his hand, but he quickly stands and stares at the ceiling, his fingers digging into his scalp. Calder, the only reason I'm telling you now is because of Brent's role in the EUC. Talia thought you should know. He glances down at me, his tone hard, judging.
I told you the Hemmings were monsters.
I shake my head, surprised that's what he's focusing on. Ben's not like that.
You don't get to say that anymore, Cass,
he grates. Yes, I do, I say, pushing back the covers to stand in front of him. Tugging on his hoodie's string, I look up at him and flatten my hand on the soft fabric across his chest. For the very reason I knew firsthand how shitty his brother and father could be. His hard chest rises and falls under my hand, his breathing elevating as he looks down at me.
Well, I don't have to stand here and listen to it.
I'm surprised by the pain and anger in his eyes. When he turns to walk away, I grab his hand. Don't leave! He pivots back to me.
I need to stay focused, Cass. This...
He exhales deeply.
Isn't helping.
I release his hand, guilt squeezing my chest. I'm sorry. I was just trying to... Calder clasps the back of my neck and presses a soft kiss to my forehead.
It's not you, Angel.
He whispers against my skin.
But I need to go.
And before I can say a word, he leaves me standing there in the dark. Chapter 22. Cass. I park at the curb outside my apartment and turn my phone on after packing my camera away for the day. I'm excited about the pictures I was able to capture for my New York City book idea. My mind is already hopping with other locations to explore tomorrow. My phone instantly buzzes with several texts from Talia. Did you see that the Carvers are holding a private funeral for Celeste late today? It was in the morning's paper. Where are you? I've tried to call, I just get voicemail. Where have you been? I've been calling all day. Sebastian pinged your phone. I'm officially freaking out. I should never have let you go home yesterday. So much for getting off the grid for a bit. I sigh and hit the button to call her. Talia picks up on the first ring. I don't know whether to hug you or wring your neck. I'm fine, Talia, I say, shaking my head. At some point you need to stop worrying about me and get your chapters done. Don't you have a deadline coming up? Which I could concentrate on if you'd answer my text, or better yet, come back here and stay. I wasn't ignoring you. I had my phone turned off so I could get work done. I've been driving all over the city taking black and white pics. I'm really digging finding the best of New York's real life. I know Philip is being held on charges, but please keep your phone on. I promise not to bother you too much. I love you too. And thanks for letting me know about the funeral. I'm sure the Carvers need closure. Probably. I was trying to get in touch with you for another reason too. Can you send me some of your pictures? I want to pitch your book to my editor. My heart races. Talia's publisher is the biggest and oldest in the country. Really? You don't have to do that, but thank you. I'm just the messenger, Cass. Your work has to sell the idea. I grin like a loon, appreciating her so much for giving me something to work toward. So far, I've been using my creative outlet to force me out of the apartment. That way, I wouldn't think about the fact that I haven't heard from Calder since I saw him 36 hours ago. Love you anyway. I'll get some prints to you with a mock-up of how I see the page layouts. Sounds good. I'll be waiting. Hanging up, I get out of my car and start toward my apartment entrance when my steps slow. Ben is leaning against the post right outside the building, his arms crossed. When I arrived at my apartment yesterday, my doorman told me a guy named Ben stopped by and left his number for me. I was glad I'd missed that conversation, but it looks like I can't avoid it any longer. Stepping onto the sidewalk, I haul my camera bag onto my shoulder. Hey, Ben. He meets me halfway across the sidewalk, his wool jacket open, hands in his jean pockets.
Hey.
He doesn't look angry or even mad, so I put my hand out and smile. I'm Cass. Ben lets out a half laugh and takes my hand.
Nice to know your real name.
Releasing my hand, he looks at me with a self-deprecating smirk.
Though I'm pretty sure I knew all along you weren't Celeste. I knew something was different, but I didn't care. That girl I couldn't take my eyes off of 4 years ago at that masked party was back, and I was going to do everything in my power to keep her.
Ben, I say, unsure of how to reply to that statement. His world has just been torn apart with his father's arrest. So far, the papers haven't disclosed Celeste's pregnancy or talked about the evidence that links her death to Philip, but still, Ben must be spinning.
I know you were just playing a part, Cass. But I want you to know that I didn't believe any of what my father and Gregory accused you of.
As I nod my appreciation, realization dawns. Did you send a lawyer to help me?
I did. But it appears your lawyer ate mine for lunch.
Nodding, he gestures toward the sidewalk.
Can we take a walk?
Sure, I say, falling in line beside him. Ben looks straight ahead and says,
I'm sincerely sorry for what my father tried to do to you, Cass. I'm not sure how many of the despicable things he's being accused of are true, and honestly, I don't want to know the details. But even if part of it is, I hope he pays for it. I think Jake is in shock. He's kind of disappeared. But my mom is fully supporting my dad. She doesn't believe any of it.
Why do you believe it? I ask, curious as to what would make a son turn against his father. Ben squints against the cool wind ruffling his dark hair.
Because of what he tried to do to you.
Me? When I gape at him, he nods.
You were the final push I needed to accept that my father is truly a bad person. I've grown up watching him manipulate everyone around him into doing what he wants. My mother, my brother, me, Gregory. I can't tell you how many times he pitted Jake against me. I would always be second fiddle to Jake in his eyes. When I was younger, I was in awe of his powers of persuasion. But as I grew older, I came to recognize his machinations for what they really were. Sheer selfishness. He doesn't care for anyone other than himself. The fact that he fully supported my request to marry Celeste, overriding Jake's assumption that he would be with her, should have been a red flag to me that more was going on. Celeste and I really seemed to click that night, so I was too happy to question it.
I'm sorry, Ben, for all of it. No son should have to compete for his father's love or approval. Ben shrugs.
He's the reason Jake and I aren't close like brothers should be. I don't plan to attend any of his hearings or support him. I'm beyond furious that they let him out on bail.
I instantly stop and turn to him. What? He's out since when? He glances at his watch.
My mom called to tell me an hour ago.
And just like that, the sense of relief I'd been feeling completely evaporates, and my mind starts whirling. Does Philip know I was the one behind the evidence against him? But he's been charged with murder. How is that even possible?
My father is one of the best lawyers in New York. He's been cooperating with the police. And there's no body. No one can work the system like Philip Hemming.
Ben is suddenly shoved away from my side, and Calder pulls me behind him, growling in a deadly tone.
Stay the fuck away from her, you Hemming piece of shit.
Calder! Pushing free of his hold, I dodge around him and step between he and Ben, just as Ben rebalances and charges back at Calder. Barring my hands on both guys' chests, I look at Ben and say in a calm voice, I think it's time for you to go, Ben. He looks down at me, still fuming at Calder's unprovoked attack, but I nod firmly. I'm serious, Ben. Now is not a good time. Please, just leave. I wait until Ben drives away to face Calder. What the hell is wrong with you? His expression turns livid.
The moment I find out that Philip is free, I rush over here to make sure that you're safe. Only to find you chatting it up with the murderous bastard's son? How many more sick Hemming fucks are you going to hang out with?
I step back, gutted by that slap in the face. Why would you say something so mean?
So you wake the fuck up and stay away from him,
he bites out. We glare at each other for a second before he rubs his forehead and sighs.
Go pack a bag, Cass. I'll take you over to Bash and Talia's.
I turn to walk back toward my apartment, fury building in my chest that I let Sebastian's comments about Calder and me get in my head. What Calder just said was meant to hurt. Who does that to somebody they care about? I'm going to take that fucking choker and wrap it around Sebastian's neck. When Calder starts to follow me inside the main door, I turn and push him back. If I decide to go to Talia and Sebastian's, I'll drive myself there. Since you're all about keeping your distance lately, you should probably get back to that. The muscle in Calder's jaw jumps.
I'm trying to protect you.
Oh yeah? Who's going to protect me from you? Calder steps back, tension etching the brackets on his face.
You're probably right. This is for the best.
I watch him walk away, his hands deep in his jean pockets. My heart slowly shreds with each step he takes. I want to call him back and demand that he tell me what's going on, because the Calder I thought I knew doesn't say intentionally cruel things. I hadn't planned on coming, but for some reason after taking 3 more hours of photos, my car finds its way to Trinity's cemetery. The cemetery is peaceful, with just a few others paying their respects to their loved ones. Parked outside the gates, I watch the Carvers say goodbye to their oldest daughter, while the pastor reads scripture from the Bible in his hand. It's a small group, just the immediate family, Gregory, Nadine, and Beth, while their security guards stand discreetly back. Nadine's hair partially covers her face, as she weeps uncontrollably. Beth tries to console her mother, as her father stands there stoically, his face pale and unblinking. The pastor stops speaking and moves away to give the family some privacy. Beth lays a bouquet of pink roses on her sister's grave, and then takes the red roses her mom is holding and puts them on the grave too. Standing, she helps her mother walk inside the church, while Gregory follows slowly behind. The pastor goes in last, closing the door behind him. I wait a few minutes, and then put on my sunglasses as I make my way through the front gate. I'm thankful that the media has respected Gregory's wishes for privacy, but the last thing I want is for anyone to see me and recognize Celeste. The flowers are both beautiful and bittersweet, lying against the brand new headstone. Untouched by weather and time, the stone shines. My lips tremble when I squat down and read the inscription. May Celeste and her little angel find peace in heaven's arms. I'm sorry for what happened to you, Celeste. I tried my best to help. My heart jumps when Beth speaks quietly beside me. I had to slip out for a bit while the pastor talks with my parents. It was getting to me. When I straighten to stand beside her, she lifts her gaze to mine. I should have never doubted you, Cass. I'm sorry. Truly, I am. I shake my head. I understand. Philip was very good. It's how he got away with everything he did for so long. And he still might, Beth says, curling her lip in disgust. We just learned that they released Philip on bail. Our lawyer says bail was probably allowed because all the evidence against him is circumstantial. He says the prosecutor will need something more than just the fact that Celeste was pregnant with his baby, and them driving on the same road to try to get it revoked. My brow furrows. But what about the diary? It shows a pattern of Celeste's dark thoughts that goes back for years, starting right after that 4th of July vacation. Beth blinks. Celeste only called the person the deceiver and other names in her diary. She never mentioned Philip directly. I bite my lip, wishing we could have tied the deceiver text from that burner phone to Philip. Unfortunately, because a baby wasn't directly mentioned either, lawyers can only make assumptions that that person was talking about an unborn child. But there's a definite threat toward Celeste in the text. If we could only tie it to Philip. I sigh my frustration and look at Beth, noting the dark circles under her eyes as she quietly stares at her sister's headstone. How are you doing, Beth? My mother cries a lot, though it's getting less now.
My father is devastated. Not only did he lose his daughter, but he was betrayed in the worst possible way by his best friend. He's decided not to run for the Senate and instead focus on our family. He and I are going to run Carver Enterprises together so he can spend more time with Mom. She said all that like she was reading it off a teleprompter. I reach over and clasp her hand. I asked how you were doing. She squeezes my hand and exhales a shaky breath. You've been more of a sister to me these past few days than Celeste has been since we were kids. She glances down at the gravestone. I don't blame her. I now know that Philip was the one who changed her. Looking back at me, she says, I'd better get back inside. Take care, Cass. She starts to walk away, then quickly turns back. Opening her purse, she holds out an envelope. I've decided to pull closer to home, too. I think you had fun that night we went to Brent's MMA event. Why don't you use this? I won't be going. Are you and Brent over? I ask, trying to keep the relief out of my voice. She glances down at the envelope she's holding, her lips twisted in a wry smile. Take it and keep me from temptation. I quickly take it before she changes her mind. When you're ready, the right guy will come along. She shrugs. Honestly, Cass, I don't really care. Right now, I'm just numb. Before she can walk away, I give her a quick hug. Goodbye, Beth. Take care of yourself. I'm surprised how tightly she hugs me back, so I whisper into her hair, You will always miss Celeste, but over time the pain will fade. Sobbing, she squeezes me once more, then hurries back into the church. Chapter 23. The Observer. I stand behind a tree, digging my fingers into the bark as I watch them hovering around Celeste's grave. Gregory looks pale. Did he ever really care about her? Or is that guilt adding more lines to his face? Nadine is sobbing. I never remember her being an emotional person. Beth's expression is blank as she tries to console her mother. So much grief over an empty coffin. I know where she is, but they'll never find her. She had to remain mine forever. I've come full circle with my acceptance of her death. My gaze drops to her headstone as her family walks into the church. Now no one can try to impersonate her. Celeste was unique, a one-of-a-kind. She'll remain that way, frozen in time. Peace washes through me. Things are as they should be. I start to walk away when someone else approaches her grave. What's she doing here? Cass Rockwell, who all the news outlets are dubbing as Celeste's doppelganger, bends down and stares at the inscription. When I move to another tree to get a better view, Beth joins her by the grave. I watch her straighten next to Celeste's sister and dissect their expressions. Frustration, anger, sympathy, friendship. My gaze sharpens. No one can resurrect Celeste. I won't allow it. Celeste must remain mine forever. Chapter 24. Cass. Darkness descends on the empty graveyard. Dead leaves rustle with the cooler air swirling among the graves. A chill rushes across the back of my neck, evoking a sense that I'm not alone. The lamppost suddenly pops on, its warm glow creating long shadows off the headstones. The feeling shifts to one of being watched. I quickly glance around, looking for the source. Sighing, I touch Celeste's gravestone and say a final goodbye. My emotions ping all over the place as I drive away from the cemetery.
Celeste's death and then seeing the finality of her gravestone hit me hard. Why didn't she tell someone? Life is too fucking short. I'm suddenly angry with myself for not calling Calder out on his bullshit earlier and demanding that he tell me what was going on. Whatever it is, it's way beyond his claim he was protecting me. My gut told me that something was eating at him, but I let him distract me. And then he just walked away. Screw it. No better time than the present. I turn my car around and head in the direction of his apartment. By the time I get close to his apartment, common sense and reasoning starts to set in. Calder's worried for my safety. That's why he has stayed away. Driving right up to his place is probably not the smartest move. I pull over to the curb and park 100 feet away, chewing my lip as I stare up at the light on in his place. Pressing my forehead to the steering wheel, I realize this is foolish. We'll have time to talk later. I sit up and reach over to turn on the engine when Calder's apartment door opens. A woman steps out and turns back to say something as she tugs on a sweater over a sports bra. My heart tightens, and I immediately reach for my camera, zooming in on her face. Fucking Alana! Calder joins her at the door, shirtless, and she laughs at something he says, then leans in and kisses his jaw. He's protecting me? But what about her? He doesn't look like he doesn't give a shit about the tattoo artist. I snap the shot to remind myself why I'm never speaking to Calder again. I glare at her as she lugs her big-ass purse and other bag onto her shoulder. I refuse to stare at how well her leather pants show off her tight ass, but I exhale a breath of relief once she drives away. My hand shakes as I try to put the key back in the ignition. 2 tries later, and I still haven't managed to get the damn key in. Fuck! I scream and throw the keys onto the floorboard. Leaning over, I grab my keys and get out of my car, slamming the door shut behind me. I don't knock lightly. I take out my anger and hammer several times on his door. He swings it open, a scowl on his face, fist raised, until he sees me and his anger shifts from shock to fury, all in an instant. Grabbing my arm, he yanks me into his apartment and quickly shuts the door.
What the hell are you doing here?
I yank my arm free and slap him hard. Fuck you! Calder grips the back of my hair and pushes me against the wall, his hard chest trapping my arm between us. My handprint vivid against his flexing jaw, he bites out,
"That'd better be a precursor for one seriously hot fuck, because I sure as shit didn't deserve that."
You lying bastard! I grit my teeth at his sheer arrogance and try to slap him again with my free hand, but he grabs my wrist and traps it against the wall. Folding his fingers tighter in my hair, he tilts my head back, his tone hardening.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You pretending that keeping your distance was for my safety, when it was all about you screwing your ex-girlfriend. Surprise lights in his eyes before he steps between my legs and aggressively presses his erection against my body. His soft black lounge pants accentuating his steel hardness. He tugs my hair to turn my head to the side and rasp in my ear.
Does this feel like I've been fucking someone else, Cass?
I close my eyes and refuse to let the feel of him, hard and ready against me, turn me on. I try to keep it together, but my voice shakes with anger. I know you can go all night, so that only pisses me off more. Calder traces his thumb along the base of my hairline, just behind my ear, his breath hot against my temple.
I have never wanted to fuck that sweet pussy of yours more than I do right at this moment, Cass Rockwell.
I saw her leaving, Calder. I snap, my chest heaving with fury. Let me go!
No,
he rasps, nipping at my neck. I gasp, tears swelling. Not from the pain, but because I still can't help but want him, despite his betrayal. He has seriously embedded himself in my heart and screwed with my head. He slowly plants hot kisses along my jaw, killing me with wicked intent. His mastery over my body so strong, my muscles tighten in response. Loosening his fingers on my wrist, he slides them down my arm to trace the side of my breast with his thumb.
How does it feel to see me with another person?
His incendiary words flint over my raw nerves, sparking my fury once more. I shove at his chest, and when he stumbles back a few steps, completely taken by surprise, I run at him like a linebacker, blind rage fueling my strength. We land on the thick rug in his living room, but I don't stop to take pleasure in the oomph that rushes past his lips. When I crawl over him to hammer his chest with my fist, Calder grabs my arm and quickly flips me onto my back. Before I can recover, he straddles my hips and grabs my arms, slamming them down to the thick pile of rug underneath me.
Look at me,
he growls. I squeeze my eyes shut and shake my head, my chest heaving. Pulling my arms together, Calder grips both wrists with one hand, then clasps my jaw and forces my face forward, commanding,
"Fucking look at me, Cass."
When I drill my furious gaze into his intense green one, his anger evaporates.
"What do you see, Raven mine?"
His dog tags sway slowly back and forth between us, reminding me of our most intimate times together. It hurts too much to be this close, to inhale his arousing scent, and yet feel so very far apart. I whimper and close my eyes. The necklace chinks as he drops it on the carpet next to me. Then he slides his thumb down my chin, his fingers feathering along the front of my throat.
"I will hold you like this all night if I have to."
The arousing promise in his voice is like heavy silk sliding along my skin. When his hand moves to my shirt and he tugs several buttons free, my eyes fly open in renewed anger. "You don't get to do that!" I stop speaking when my gaze locks on the black-feathered tattoo, fanning over his left bicep and up his shoulder. I'd been too freaking angry to see it before. I meet his gaze. "Alana's the one who paints your steel tattoo?" When he nods, I press my lips together. "I saw her getting dressed, Calder."
"It takes her hours to paint the tattoo, while also covering up my real one, Cass. She gets hot, so yeah, she wears a sports bra, so she can remove her shirt if she needs to while she works."
I frown, unhappy with that answer. "So you'd be okay if I spent hours with some other guy half naked? Maybe I should ask Noah how well nude modeling pays." Calder quickly clasps the back of my neck, tugging me partially off the floor as he bends close.
"I don't give a fuck what Alana does, but unless you want a shit ton of poor saps failing art class due to swollen black eyes, don't even think about it."
"That's the biggest double standard." Calder kisses me with dominant aggression, thrusting his tongue past my lips in a kiss meant to completely obliterate all other thoughts. I don't kiss him back. Instead, I bite his lip hard. He draws back, scowling.
"What the hell, Cass? Steel dies when the fight is over."
"I don't do bullshit, Calder." I narrow my gaze. "Whatever set you off at my apartment earlier had nothing to do with protecting me. That's why I came. To get you to talk. The last thing I expected was to see proof that I was right walking out your damn door."
"You aren't right," he snarls. "The way I acted had every fucking thing to do with protecting you. From me."
Clasping my chin, he tilts it up and clamps down on the side of my throat, hard. He may have been trying to prove a point, but I gasp and arch into him, unable to curb my response. Calder groans and releases his hold on my throat. As he places a hot kiss on the same spot, the guttural rumble of need vibrating from his chest melts my bones.
"I don't have a name worthy of you, Angel. And I know it's best for you if I stay away, but I can't fucking stop wanting you."
Releasing my arms, he lowers his body to mine. The ravenous heat in his gaze, combined with his hardness, pressing against me, sending shivers all the way to my toes.
I crave every part of you, Cass. Deeply and in every dirty, filthy, decadent way possible.
I slide my fingers in his hair, then touch his jaw. If you want all of me, then tell me the truth. Why do you think you're not worthy? Calder rolls off me and sits up. Facing away, he rests his elbows on his bent knees. When he doesn't speak, but instead tilts his head back to stare at the ceiling, my heart twists, and my gaze slides to the skull covering his entire back. At this moment, its soulless eye sockets seem eerily appropriate for his brooding mood. Whatever is bothering him, he's tortured by it. I rise up on my knees and slide my hands along his muscular upper back, touching the intricate wing tattoo that partially covers the skull. Its black feathers spread at an angle from the top of his right shoulder to his left side, curving around his ribs. This wing is awesome. I'd love to photograph you like this before it's gone for good. Leaning close, I whisper in his ear, "Talk, Calder." He exhales a harsh breath and tilts his head forward, staring straight ahead.
You can't change who you are, no matter how much you wish you can, Cass.
He sounds so disgusted. Worry grips my chest. "Tell me," I say, needing to know what he's thinking.
My mom didn't have an affair. I recently found out the truth. The incident she referred to in her letter was far worse.
I squeeze his shoulders, but stay silent, letting him tell me at his own pace. Calder silently rolls his head from one shoulder to the other. The tension in his muscles makes me want to shake the rest out of him, but I force myself to wait for him to continue.
My mother was drugged and violated.
He lifts his shoulders, then lets them fall.
She might have kept it from my father because she thought it would destroy him, but in the end it destroyed her instead.
My heart wrenches for Calder. He had to go through so much with his parents' separate deaths, then learning he wasn't a Blake, and now this? I flex my fingers against his skin, letting him know I'm here for him. "I'm sorry, Calder. To learn something like that must have devastated you." He drops his head between his arms and stares at the carpet.
I looked up sexual assault, in the hopes I could bring charges against the sick bastard. But to my disgust, even if I could prove it happened, the maximum statute of limitations here in New York is 5 years.
Sadly, I know that time frame by heart. I slide my fingers through his hair and over the feathered ink that curves just around the right side of his neck, hoping that my touch gives him comfort. Please don't tell me that's why you don't feel worthy, Calder. You couldn't control the actions of that man.
You mean the vile fucker who created me?
He snarls.
My father?
Sitting up, he pulls away from my touch.
That twisted monster's blood runs through my veins. You won't feel the same. I don't feel the same.
It doesn't matter to me whose DNA you have. What matters is who you are. He shakes his head.
It matters to me, Cass. It fucking matters a lot.
My heart races and panic grips me. He sounds like he's going to walk away from us no matter what I say. I can't let him do that. I won't. I unbutton my shirt the rest of the way, then my bra sliding out of them. Why are you giving this horrible man so much real estate in your head? Why do you do that to yourself? I ask as I slip off my shoes and the rest of my clothes.
Because of you.
He says it so softly I almost don't hear it as I slip his dog tags over my head. Me? But I just told you I don't care. Calder grips his upper arms tight, his voice like gravel.
It matters Because I'm a fucking Hemming, Cass.
I stumble as I move to stand, floored by his unexpected answer. He's Philip's son? Oh my God. I clench my hands and close my eyes, needing a second to calm the shock to my heart and process it. I open my eyes and stare at Calder sitting there, unmoving. He's so beautiful in his self-effacing torture, my heart twists with love for him. How could I not fall for such a complex man? He's everything I could hope for. But does he care for me enough that we can get past this? He hasn't turned around or said a word. I don't know what to do other than shake a response out of him. Taking a deep breath, I walk over and lean back against the wall next to his apartment door. You're right. I think you'd better walk me out, Calder. The skull and raven's wing flex with the sudden tensing of his back muscles. When Calder exhales deeply and turns to get up, I say, unless you'd like to have all of me instead. His head snaps up, and lust scrolls across his face as he takes in my naked state. The fact he hasn't moved worries me, so I up the ante. Tracing my fingers between my bare breasts, I touch the chain along the way, until I reach the tags on the end. I'll bet there's a lot more creative ways we could use this. What do you think? Calder is up and in front of me before I can blink. Cupping my jaw with one hand, he fists his other in my hair and yanks me close.
Don't change your mind about us, Angel. Fucking ever.
He husks against my lips before slanting his mouth over mine in an all-consuming take-no-prisoners kiss of heat and want, pain and sadness, emotional desperation, and fierce dominance. The need to possess me oozes from the tension in his hold. I know he still doesn't believe he's worthy, but all I can do is kiss him back and hold him tight, letting him know without words that I'm his and he's mine. When Calder effortlessly lifts me up, I wrap my arms around his neck, loving that he doesn't break our kiss as he walks us over toward his bed. A cell phone starts ringing on the counter near us. Calder halts and turns to stare at it, but I put my hand on his jaw. No. He presses his lips together and sets me down.
It's Bash. He usually texts if he's calling. It's important.
When he reaches for the phone and clicks to answer it, I snag it from him and hover my finger over the end button, whispering, "You can call him back."
Called? You there?
Sebastian's voice floats between us. I glance down at the phone by my side, my finger still over the end button, and déjà vu hits me with such clarity. I lift an excited gaze back to Calder and put the phone to my ear. "Hey, Sebastian, give us a couple minutes and we'll call you back." Before he can respond, I hang up. Shoving the phone in Calder's hand, I snatch up my pants and quickly slip them on. Stepping into my shoes, I reach down and grab my bra.
"What are you doing?"
he asks, frowning. Hooking my bra on, I grab my shirt from the floor, then wave my hand in a circle. "Hurry up and get some clothes on if you want to go with me. I need to drive to the Hamptons." As I start to button my shirt, Calder clasps my shoulders, his brow creasing.
"Why do you need to go to the Hamptons right now?"
I meet his gaze, hope thrumming through me. "It's a long shot, but it's worth checking into. Do you remember that day you challenged Gregory and Philip, demanding to talk to Celeste?" When he nods, I take a breath. Philip was being a stubborn ass, refusing to give me Celeste's cell phone back so I could call my parents. Gregory told him to give me the phone, but instead of Celeste's, he handed me another phone to use. Calder shakes his head, his fingers flexing on my shoulders.
"I'm still not getting why this is a good thing."
"Because the phone he handed me isn't the one I've seen him using. What if in his desire to keep Celeste's phone out of my hands, he gave me his burner phone, Calder? The one that he used to send all those personal texts to Celeste?" Calder nods, understanding flickering.
"We'll finally have a direct connection between that threatening text to Celeste that would lead right back to Philip."
which means the prosecutor could have his bond revoked and send him back to jail to await trial. After I button my shirt, Calder captures my hand.
Why do we need to go to the Hamptons? Can't the police just pull the phone records?
I think normally they could, but I never talked to my parents that day. I got their answering machine instead and was just about to leave a message when Beatrice announced your arrival, so I hung up.
Are you saying they might have a partial recording?
I nod. My parents never check their voicemail. It might still be on their recorder, which also logs the phone number. Calder picks up his t-shirt from the back of the couch and pulls it on, then changes into jeans.
It's definitely worth a try.
When you call Sebastian back, you can fill him in on our trip to the Hamptons, I say, while Calder locks his apartment door. Once we reach my car, I start to walk around the front and a loud sound pops. At the same time, Calder yells for me to get down. 3 more pops fire, one after the other. I barely have a chance to move before Calder's grabbing me around the waist and hauling me behind the passenger side of my car. Can you see where the shooter is? I keep my head low beside Calder, while he tilts my car door's mirror to look up on the rooftop across the street. Does anyone live in that building?
No, it hasn't been renovated yet. It's too dark to see, but that can work to our advantage.
Taking my keys, he unlocks the passenger side door and partially opens it to slide a hand inside and flip the locks.
I'm going to get in the front. You get in the back. Stay low and I'll start the car and then we're gunning it, got it?
Nodding, I do as he says and quietly climb in the back seat. The moment Calder starts the engine, a couple more shots ping against the hood, but Calder quickly jumps into the front seat and jams the gas, gunning down the street as fast as my car will go. I don't say anything until we're a couple miles away. Holy shit, that was intense. Thankful we got away safe, I shake my hands to alleviate the adrenaline trembles. We need to call the police.
No, Cass.
Calder pulls off to a side road and turns to look at me.
I need you to drive while I call Bash and let him know we're on our way to his place.
Nodding my understanding, I climb out and start to get into the front when I see a streak of blood smeared across my leather seat. Were you shot? I immediately sit down and try to see where he's wounded, but Calder just grimaces.
If you've got a first aid kit in the back, bring it up here. Otherwise, Bash should have stuff at his place.
Panicked and unsure just how hurt he is, I retrieve my kit from my trunk. We're going straight to the hospital, I say, once I get in and close the door. Calder shakes his head as he presses gauze to his hip.
I can't go to the hospital. Bullet wounds have to be reported, and I can't afford for this to get back to the EUC. Any whiff of police involvement in my life, especially related to something illegal, and they'll disqualify me.
I gape at him. That's insanity, Calder. You're bleeding. You need medical attention. He stares at me with hard eyes.
No hospital, Cass. I'm pretty sure the bullet just grazed me, and it looks worse than it actually is. Take me to Bash's place. He'll be able to assess the damage and dress it for me.
I set my jaw and drive, tension building in my shoulders as I listen to Calder talk to Sebastian.
It sounded like a handgun. Yeah, I think it's a flesh wound, but I need you to look it over.
A pause.
Cass is bringing me to you now.
He glances my way.
No, she doesn't.
When he hangs up, I ask, she doesn't what? Calder sighs and leans his head back against the seat.
Agree with me.
You're damn right I don't, I mutter, then clamp my lips shut before I'm tempted to yell at him for being so incredibly stubborn. Who do you think it was? Calder shakes his head.
Dunno. But we'll start investigating tomorrow.
All you're doing tomorrow is resting. When Calder lifts his head and starts to speak, I glare at him. Don't argue or I'll drive your stubborn, bleeding ass straight to the hospital and report the gunshot wound myself. Calder's gaze narrows for a second, before pain flickers and he closes his eyes once more. As angry as I am, My heart jerks with worry for him. I touch his thigh. We'll be there in 5 minutes. Calder just grunts and nods, keeping his hand pressed against the quickly staining gauze on his hip. Sebastian meets us outside and pushes the remote to allow me access to the garage. Before I even shut off the engine, he's pulling open the passenger door and hauling Calder out of the car. Talia flicks on all the lights in the kitchen, gesturing to the cleared-off island. This is the best lighting. Get up here, Calder, so Sebastian can see. Calder grunts as he hitches himself up onto the island and pulls his bloodied shirt off. When Talia pauses for a second to stare at his tattoo, then lifts a pair of scissors to cut his jeans, he grates,
"This better just be a flesh wound."
"Shh," she says and starts on his pants, cutting an opening for Sebastian to access his wound. When Calder lets out a flurry of curses as Sebastian pours alcohol over his wound, his cousin frowns.
"You know the drill, Cald. Grit your teeth and let me get this cleaned so I can see."
Dabbing at Calder's wound with cotton gauze, he glances up.
"You're right. The bullet grazed you. I can dress it, but it would be better if you got stitches, especially with your fight coming up."
Would you two stop talking like the fight is still going to happen? When the men just ignore my comment, I turn to my friend. Talia, tell them! Talia hooks her arm around my shoulders and pulls me away from the kitchen. Calder's going to be fine, Cass. Stopping, she clasps my arms. Are you okay? You were just shot at, too. I didn't get hit. My voice shakes as I look over at Sebastian and Calder, talking in low voices. We were on our way out of his apartment, planning to drive to my parents'. I shake my head and exhale to calm myself. I'm honestly not sure who the person was shooting at, me or Calder. Talia nods. Sebastian tried to call Calder when I couldn't get a hold of you. He said you answered his phone, so why were you going to your parents this late? Did they insist on meeting the guy who's been keeping you away from them lately? I snort at her teasing, then fill her in on why we were going to my parents' house. She smiles when I tell her our plans. That would be wonderful if you're right. I'd love to know, too.
"Talia,"
Sebastian says.
"See if you can reach Elijah. The doctor we normally use won't be back in town until tomorrow morning." "I'm fine, Bash."
Calder grunts to cover a wince as he swings his legs over the side of the island to sit up. My heart squeezing with worry, I stare at the stretchy bandage wrapped around a thick wad of gauze taped to his side. The only reason for that bandage is to keep pressure on his wound, which means he must still be bleeding. I immediately pull my phone out of my pocket. You're getting those stitches. I know someone. Calder frowns as I quickly send Sebastian's address along with my text. It's Cass. I need your help. Please bring your medical bag. Sebastian ignores Calder's attempt to brush him off and lifts his cousin's arm over his shoulder, helping him off the island.
"I'll take you to the bedroom. You need to keep pressure on that wound until Cass's friend can help." "I told you I don't need stitches."
Calder tries to sound fine, but tension laces his tone.
"I wouldn't turn down a couple shots of whiskey, though."
Don't you dare give him alcohol, I say, walking toward the elevator. Where are you going? Talia pauses in the process of tossing bloody gauze into the trash. I push the elevator button. To wait for my friend downstairs. When the door slides closed and I start to descend, I mutter, and hope I can convince him to help.
Chapter 25. Calder. My hip hurts like a son of a bitch, but I've had worse. And honestly, I'm more worried about Cass. I don't like that she went downstairs by herself. Rationally, I know that very few people know about Bash's apartment and there's security downstairs. That's partially why I told Cass to bring us here. But once she brings her friend upstairs, at least one other person will know where we are. I hate this out-of-control feeling of not knowing who the hell just tried to kill us. I hope they were after me. The thought of someone trying to hurt Cass, especially when I'm not 100%, really fucks with my head. I hate this shit. Propped up with pillows against the headboard, I snap at my cousin, who's leaning on the door jamb after handing me a pair of his lounge pants. I don't need a babysitter. Go downstairs with Cass. Bash shakes his head and crosses his arms. She's safe, or I never would have let her go. Tell me as much as you can remember, starting with your address. You've got to stop this reclusive shit. Pinning me with a hard glare, he continues. After Cass's friend gets here, my team and I will head over and see if we can find spent casings or anything else that might give us a clue as to who's after you. Once I relay as much as I can remember, Bash's brow furrows. Isn't your apartment in the revitalized part of the Lower East End? Just. It's on the edge, I say, daring him to challenge my choice with a hard stare. So for all you know, the shooting could have just been random sketchy shit? Bash frowns, then calls over his shoulder. Talia, did any of the buildings in the revitalized part of the Lower East End pop up in your research? When she doesn't answer, he walks away and a couple of seconds later curses as he steps back into my doorway with his phone to his ear. Where is she? I ask, suddenly tense. Being Talia, he says, before speaking into the phone in a clipped tone. Theo, I need you to track Talia's cell and follow her. You're the only one she won't rip into if she sees you. He pauses and sighs. Yeah, just keep her safe and text me once you locate her. When he hangs up, I chuckle, then instantly regret the agony that shoots across my hip. She challenges the hell out of you, doesn't she? Bash slips his phone into his pocket, muttering, every day. Glancing up at me, he snorts. What are you chuckling about? If Cass hasn't already barreled through your bullshit, get ready for the freight train called. I smirk. She literally sacked me in a fit of rage earlier. Bash holds his hand to Cass's height. Little Cass? She packs a punch, I grunt. Not that I'll ever admit that my back still hurts from hitting the floor, but I'd take the hit and pain all over again just to know that Cass cares. She'll never know how much her extreme reaction meant to me, even if I'll never be worthy of her. Good. Maybe she knocked some sense into that thick skull of yours. I ignore his comment and focus on his earlier question, hoping to distract myself from the pain in my side. What research of Talia's were you referring to? She's working on several angles between researching both Brent and Philip's backgrounds. I'd like to know if that building across from yours turned up in any of the paperwork. Did Talia uncover anything related to the Opera House and Thomas? Surprisingly, one of Philip's subsidiaries owns that opera property. Philip? I frown my confusion. Yeah, that was unexpected. As for Thomas's murder, my police contact says he'll pass along the medical examiner's report on Thomas's autopsy, hopefully by tomorrow. Philip doesn't strike me as an MMA enthusiast. Did Talia look to see if he has any connections with MMA fighting in New York or elsewhere? Sliding his hands into his pants pockets, Bash nods. It's the first thing she did, but she couldn't find anything, at least not yet. We're still He pauses, glancing into the living room. Cass is back. I'll see if they need anything. I'll just wait right here, I say to the empty doorway, then glance down to see blood wicking up my bandage and grunt my annoyance. Slowly bleeding out. A minute later, Cass walks in and the determined look on her face puts me on instant alert. I cut my gaze to the friend walking in behind her and snarl. What the fuck is he doing here? You don't get a choice in the matter, Cass says, approaching my side of the bed. The hell I don't. He's not touching me. I narrow my gaze on Ben Hemming setting his medical bag on the end of the bed. I might need stitches, but the last thing I want is to owe a fucking Hemming anything. Show me your wound, Ben says in a stern tone after flicking his gaze to the tattoo on my shoulder, arm, and ribs. I consider flipping him off, but Cass glares at me. so I peel back the tape and show him my wound, then quickly push the bandage back into place to keep more blood from flowing. Ben picks up a pair of rubber gloves and snaps them on. Actually, you don't have a choice, so stop being an asshole and let me do my job. Screw you, Hemming. I know the only reason you're here. When I cut a pointed gaze to Cass, she crosses her arms and sets her jaw at a stubborn angle. Ben said you'd be a pain in the ass, but you're going to let him sew you up. I sure as hell would hate to disappoint, I bite out, eyeing them both. And surly, too. Ben looks at me after threading a curved needle. Do you want a shot to numb the area first? I look at Bash, who's standing in the doorway like he's ready to tackle someone if necessary. Whiskey, straight up. Ben shakes his head at Bash. Alcohol will thin his blood. That's the last thing he needs right now. I recommend juice. What am I, 5? I growl, then grit my teeth at the pain my snappy response caused. Setting down the needle on a sterile pad, Ben glances at Cass and Bash. I need everyone to clear the room, please. Cass's gaze pings nervously between Ben and me. When Bash walks away, she bends close and whispers harshly in my ear. Behave. Once they close the door, Ben gestures to the bed. Scoot down and lay on your side. Grunting my annoyance, I do as he says. When he rubs something that smells like astringent across my wound, I growl and jerk upright, my fist clenched and ready to punch. He quickly shoves me back down. Lay still. I need to clean the area. Aren't you supposed to be a SEAL? It's a knee-jerk reaction, I grumble, and suck up the pain the second time he runs the pad across my wound. While Ben sews my injury closed, his movements swift and professional, I set my back teeth together and stay quiet. He's done in a matter of minutes, and once he puts a clean bandage on my wound, he looks at me. Cass says you have some kind of fight you're doing in a couple of days. Your stitches need to be kept clean and take at least a week to heal. 2 weeks is better based on the location. Fighting is not recommended. I'll take it under advisement, I mutter. Ben quietly puts his bag back together, and when he's done, he walks to the door. Putting his hand on the doorknob, he turns back to me, his dark eyebrows pulled together in a determined expression. I had no idea what all Cass had been through until now. She thinks you're worth fighting for. Do right by her and help her forget, or I'll fight you for her. The fact that Cass confided in him about her past really rankles. I narrow my gaze. Thanks for the stitches, Hemming asshole. His jaw muscle jumps as he turns the knob. Right back at you, brother. My gaze narrows to thin slits as I watch him open the door and walk out.
Chapter 26. Cass. I let go of the tightness in my chest when Ben leaves Calder's room without them coming to blows. After he nods to Sebastian, who's on the phone in the kitchen, I walk over to the elevator. Thank you so much for your help. I know Calder wasn't the easiest patient. He twists his lips in a wry smile.
That's an understatement. I told him he definitely shouldn't fight with those stitches, but you'll probably be calling me again in a few days. Next time, I'll take a beer as payment when I'm done.
It's a deal, I say, putting my hand out. Ben takes my hand and nods toward the kitchen, where Sebastian keeps an eye on us while carrying on a conversation.
I'm glad you have so many people watching over you, Cass. Their protectiveness eases my worry over this shooting business, not to mention my own guilt.
Sebastian runs a security business, so I'm in good hands. And don't you dare feel guilty. You can't control your father or your brother's actions. Your friendship means too much to me to let you feel bad about that. Ben cups his other hand over our clasped ones.
My family is just whacked, Cass. My mom is still in denial about my dad. Can you believe she's worried about him? She said he came home furious that his release from jail was contingent on a gun-free home. Makes me think he loves those freaking guns more than his family.
He sighs and releases my hand to slide his fingers through his dark hair.
Jake sounded pretty unstable when he called me yesterday, ranting about how he planned to destroy our father for what he did. He says he's going to take away the only thing that ever really mattered to him. Other than money, I have no idea what he was going on about.
Do you think Jake would try to hurt your dad? I ask, unsure how I would feel about one bad guy taking another one out. His mouth thins as he pushes the elevator button.
After what you told me tonight, I'm so disgusted with both of them. I don't really care.
I'm sorry, Ben. He shrugs.
Don't ever be sorry for telling the truth. I plan to stay away from my family drama and focus on building my practice. Work is the only thing that makes sense right now.
I wince. And here I dragged you into ours. The elevator opens and he walks in. Turning to face me, he smirks.
At least I see caring here. That's far more than I see within my own family.
I hold the sliding door to keep it from closing. You have family here, too. I glance toward Calder's room, and then turn back to him. If you want.
He snorts. I don't see that happening. He hates the sight of me.
I shake my head. He hates the pain and suffering your last name represents. But you just showed him today that not all Hemmings are evil. It's a start. Ben clears his throat, his tone gruff.
Make sure he keeps those stitches dry for 48 hours.
I nod. Night. And thank you again. Once the elevator door shuts, I join Sebastian in the kitchen and glance around. Where's Talia?
At your parents' house,
he says, setting his phone on the counter. What? My eyes widen. When did she leave?
She left while you were downstairs, and I was distracted with Calder.
Sebastian snorts his displeasure as he opens the fridge and takes out a carton of orange juice.
You were right, by the way. A partial recording was on your parents' answering machine. That was Talia calling to ask me the deceiver's phone number.
I pull down a glass from the cabinet and set it on the counter for him. Don't keep me in suspense, does it match? Sebastian pours the juice, then holds the glass out to me.
Take this to Calder, along with the good news. That bastard was careful for so long, but Philip Hemming finally screwed up. Thanks to you, he's going down.
I start to take the glass, but he holds tight.
That was a hell of a risk you took, bringing Ben here. That could have gone south very quickly.
My hand is steady on the glass, even though I'm shaking on the inside. Calder may never forgive me for revealing his secret to his half-brother, but Ben had to know the whole story to understand the depth of Calder's anger and self-disgust. I could only hope that learning the truth would be the push Ben needed to offer his help. You have no idea how much Calder needed that, Sebastian.
Actually, I do.
He releases the glass and stares at the closed door.
I want Calder back. Make it happen, Cass.
My heart rams against my chest as I stand outside of Calder's door. I have no idea what kind of reception I'll get, but I take a breath and turn the knob. Stepping inside, I smile. I have some good news. Talia went to my parents' house, and the phone number on the recording matches the deceiver's. Hopefully that will be enough for them to revoke Philip's bail. Calder doesn't react, other than to narrow his gaze on the glass of juice in my hand.
I see you're following doctor's orders,
he says in a tight, controlled voice as I set the glass on his nightstand.
What else did my brother convince you to share?
I jerk my gaze to his furious one. He told you?
Why did you tell him?
My chest tightens at the anger and betrayal reflected in his gaze. Sebastian was right. My risk failed. But if Calder and I are over, then there's no reason for me to hold back. I take a breath and keep my voice strong. I didn't just tell him the truth about you, Calder. I told him what Jake did to me, too. His mouth thins, as if that answer only pisses him off more.
Why, Cass?
I swing my hand toward the closed door. Ben stood there in that lobby downstairs and had to hear all the horrible things his brother and father have done, and yet, even knowing you despise every Hemming, he selflessly came here and helped you anyway. That's why, Calder. When he just pins me with a stoic stare, I swallow and tilt my chin up, standing my ground. You need to see that DNA doesn't define the person. The heart does. Who better to show you that than your brother?
He's not my brother,
he snaps, his hand clenching on his thigh. He is, and it's your loss if you choose not to acknowledge that. Lifting my shoulders, I sigh. You may never forgive me for revealing your secret, but I did it because I was fighting for us, Calder. You needed to experience good in action so you'd realize you are worthy of your family's love, no matter whose genes you have. And so you'd accept my love. But you're apparently too freaking stubborn to acknowledge any of it. My heart breaking, I start to walk away, but Calder's fingers suddenly clasp mine. Holding me in place, the heat of anger is gone from his voice.
Look at me.
When I lift my gaze to his, he slides his fingers between mine.
I admire that you're not afraid to go the distance, that you never let another person define your worth, and that you refuse to let me hide from a past I couldn't control. But mostly,
he pulls me down to the bed beside him and thumbs the tears off my cheek.
For being the strongest fighter I know. For all those things, and not just because you're sexy as hell. I love you, Cass Rockwell. So fucking much it hurts every time I look at you.
Emotion swells in my throat, and I exhale a sob of happiness as I lay my head on his hard chest. It's about time. I love you too, you beautiful, bull-headed man. Calder exhales and slides his fingers in my hair, pulling me close.
One day, I'll find a way to make Jake and Brent pay, Cass. I promise.
Careful to avoid his wound, I burrow my nose against his chest and breathe in his wonderful smell. All I care about is you. The rest is just noise, I say, smiling that I finally understand the peace behind my sister's statement. Calder presses a kiss to the top of my head and grumbles,
Ben's still a Hemming asshole.
I lift the mug of hot coffee to my lips and take a long sip. Swallowing its warmth, I set the cup down and push my hands against my lower back, grimacing at the tightness. Talia walks into the kitchen yawning, her hair a mess of wild red tresses. She stops when she sees me. Good morning. What are you doing up so early? You look well tumbled. How was your evening? I say with a wicked chuckle, remembering last night. Sebastian had just informed me that they didn't find any bullet shells on the rooftop across from Calder's apartment, but they did get a partial shoe print and were running it down when Talia walked in. She barely got out, "Hi, Cass, your parents said for you to call them," when her husband walked over to the entryway and scooped her up, saying gruffly over his shoulder as he carried her off to their bedroom,
"Night, Cass."
Talia's cheeks turn red and she touches her hair self-consciously. Good. I didn't expect you to be up. I gestured to her couch. The leather's soft, but it's not the most comfortable bed. Turning to take a cup from the cabinet, she says, "Why did you sleep there?"
That's what I want to know.
Calder's deep voice resonates directly behind me. At the same time, his hands settle on the island, his warm body blocking me in. A shiver rushes through me, but I calmly take another sip of my coffee. Because I didn't want to accidentally bump your wound. After I forced him to drink his juice, I told him that the only way I was sleeping with him was if he kept his hands to himself. Calder rumbled his displeasure and tucked my back against his chest. The second he slid his hand between my thighs and promptly fell asleep, I knew he'd lost more blood than he wanted to admit and needed his rest, so I quietly got up and moved to the couch. Taking the mug from my hands, Calder sets it in the middle of the counter.
Here's a fresh cup, Talia.
Hey! I frown and lean to retrieve it, but big hands grip my waist and I'm quickly lifted and cradled against his muscular chest. Put me down before you pop a stitch! I want to struggle, but I'm afraid any excess movement will open his wound. Talia snickers and reaches for my mug as Calder rumbles,
See you later, Talia.
Then he carries me into the bedroom and kicks the door shut. The moment he sets me down, I immediately touch his bandage to see if blood is wicking into the gauze. Have you lost your mind? Calder clasps my jaw and tilts my face up, his intense gaze locking with mine.
Waking up to find you gone isn't how I wanted to start my day.
I fold my fingers around his wrist. You need to heal. He swiftly pulls Talia's long sleep shirt over my head and hauls me against his sleep-warmed chest before the shirt hits the floor.
The only thing I need at this moment is you, Angel.
I want him so much I'm trembling inside. But the few times we've been together, it has always been very physical. He will rip open his wound. I push against his chest and take a step back. We can't, Calder. Not until you've healed. We're too, vigorous. His lips curl in a predatory smile, and he steps close to slide his finger along the curve of my breast. Tracing his beaded necklace up my chest to my neck, he moves to my jawline.
While I admit you definitely bring out my primal side, I promise to be gentle.
The lethal purr in his voice shoots straight to my toes, but I shake my head. I'm not worried about me, you obstinate man.
Determined, raven mine.
He tips my chin higher, while his other hand slides down the curve of my back to hook the edge of my panties. Lust flashes in his eyes, and with a flick of his wrist, my underwear floats to my ankles.
Very determined.
I'm naked and tense with want, but I shake my head. Calder, this is a bad idea. He slides his fingers into my hair, cupping the back of my head.
The only bad idea is making me wait, because then I won't be gentle. Take off my pants.
I exhale deeply as I tug his black silk pants down, and I can't help running my tongue along his hard cock as I straighten. Calder's fingers tangle in my hair, and he gently pulls me up and fully against him.
That's playing with fire with the way I want you right now.
I smile and slowly trail my palms over the hard slabs of muscle resting at his hips. You need to take it easy. Do you think you can do that? When I trace my fingers down the side of his erection, he exhales harshly and closes his eyes, then snaps them open. As the deep green sparks with heat, he rasps,
Lay down, Cass, before I toss you down.
My limbs shake as I lie down on the bed and stare up at Calder, resting his knee on the mattress, his thick cock jutting toward his defined abs. He moves over me and I can see the mixture of pain and yearning in his face. My heart twists and I touch his biceps, then clasp his shoulders as he settles between my thighs. Are you sure? I think we should wait. Calder nudges my entrance, then rubs the tip of his cock against my clit.
You're soaked for me. How can you say you want to wait?
I swallow back my whimper of want and resist the urge to clasp him against me. Because I care about you more. A low rumble erupts from his lips as he eases himself in my channel.
At least that's one thing we can agree on.
I arch my back and dig my fingers into his muscular shoulders, panting through the blissful, simmering burn as my body accepts his unhurried possession. Calder dips his head and captures one of my nipples, sucking the tip in a leisurely, erotic drag. Inching deeper inside me, he moves to my other breast and grazes the tip with the sharp edge of his teeth. I gasp and pant, my hips wanting to move, fingers flexing against him. Calder, God, just fuck me. I can't take this. He runs his nose up along the curve of my breast, his voice gravelly with desire.
Slow and easy. That's what you wanted,
he says, pushing his hips forward another inch. I swallow and close my eyes, unable to look at his handsome face full of concentration. His arms are straining and his whole body is taut against me. Calder groans when he finally seats himself fully inside me. As he lowers his head to my shoulder, I slide my fingers into his hair, my heart thumping rapidly against my chest. He rolls his hips against me once, then twice more, and then the tingling building inside me blooms in my belly, shooting straight to my center. I'm not sure how much more I can take. My pulse thrums and my stomach aches from the throbbing need in my sex. Calder lowers to his elbows.
I feel your pussy flexing around me. You're perfect. So fucking hot and tight. I love that your body is telling me what it wants. Now let me hear the words, Cass.
I clench my fingers in his hair. Move, Calder. He slowly pulls back, then slides inside me and we both groan. Panting against my collarbone, he thrusts forward, his tone harsh with mounting desire.
Come for me, Angel. I want to feel you telling me how much you love this.
He rolls his hips, and just as I explode, he slants his mouth over mine, muffling my scream as my orgasm takes over my body. My chest heaves with the need to let out my blissful cry as vibrations rock through me. But Calder's tongue tangling with mine only jacks my heart rate higher. While I'm quaking in post-orgasmic euphoria, he breaks our kiss and pulls my hands above my head. As he folds his fingers tight around mine, his body tightens with tension above me. Yet even with elevated breathing, he somehow manages to pull back and ease inside me with focused control of his hips. Tears slide down my temples and I press against him, amazed that my body is already revving up again. Calder's shoulders and arm muscles flex as he dips his head and presses his jaw to mine, his words guttural with leashed hunger.
A long, slow fuck with you is going on the daily agenda. This feels so damn good I never want it to end. God, I fucking love you, Cass.
I feel both possessed and cherished, and the combination is so stimulating, I press my breasts against his hard chest and circle my hips, giving us both another wave of ecstasy. This is making love, Calder, I say against his jaw. But whether you fuck me hard and fast, or slow and tender, there's one thing you'll need to do the same no matter what.
What's that?
He lifts his head to stare into my eyes, while his heart pounds hard against my chest, and his hands tighten on mine. I elevate my hips, tilting them to give him better access. Always take me deep and brand me yours. I don't get to finish speaking as he surges forward and thrusts impossibly deep.
Is this what you meant, Angel?
His green eyes glitter with fierce need. I swallow my gasp once. The sudden pain of him hitting my womb melds into sheer pleasure. The moment I tighten my thighs around him, an orgasm flashes over me in rapid-fire bursts of heat and tingling nerves.
I love how orgasmic you are.
Calder releases my hands to spear his fingers in my hair, twisting the locks as he burrows deeper and deeper, each hip movement measured but intense. Pinning me to the mattress, he releases a throaty moan of sheer pleasure and shudders as he comes. I'm so turned on by the contrast of the sensual, toe-curling build of his lovemaking with the forceful rush of him pulsing deep inside me that I nip at his beard-ruffed jaw and inhale deeply, drawing in his arousing masculine smell. When Calder releases my hair to trace the tips of his fingers along my face, I kiss his fingers as he slides them over my lips and whisper, "More, please." Exhaling a dark chuckle, he tilts my chin up, his breath warm against the side of my throat, and bites down with wicked intent. Chapter 27. Cass. I've had 2 days of living in a blissful cocoon with Calder and spending time with my best friend, and now I'm a nervous wreck. Calder's fight is tonight, yet all I want to do is jump on his back and tell him he can't go. I want to remind him that he's not healed enough and that he hasn't been able to train the way he should. But once Sebastian told me about Thomas, I knew the fighter's death only intensified Calder's need to find out the other major players behind the EUC beyond Brent. Learning about Thomas at least helped me accept that I couldn't change his mind, even if I didn't like it. So yeah, I've been in a funk all day. Talia looks up from her research spread over the island. "Why don't you come help me look through this, Cass?" I lift my gaze up from the grid of photographs on my laptop screen. Talia's editor asked me to put together a mock-up book for him to evaluate, so I'd set up my workstation at the coffee table to get work done, but also to be closer to the door. I don't have your investigative mind, Talia. Staring at the elevator isn't going to make them walk in any faster, you know. I've been waiting for Calder and Sebastian to return from his apartment since 5. I refused to let Calder go alone to collect his fighting gear, and insisted he take Sebastian with him to his apartment. He instantly hated that idea, so the sarcastic barbs between the 2 alpha males was definitely high as they walked out the door. I glance at the clock. It shouldn't have taken them this long to get back. The sooner we find the shooter, the sooner Calder can get back to his own space, Talia says. I swear that man prowled around here like a caged animal all day. Even though I'm sure Talia and Sebastian are more than ready to have their apartment back to themselves, I know her comment was meant to be lighthearted, but it just jacks my anxiety more. I can't help but wonder if things will change between Calder and me once he goes back to his normal life. As much as I'd like to hope there is a future for us, he hasn't said anything about us beyond these last 48 hours. That alone makes me tense, but not near as much as the fact we've had more than our share of unprotected sex the last couple of days. Calder is all I want in a life partner, but I need to know he feels the same. My cycle is like clockwork, so we should be safe. But until I know where we're going, I need to get home and get back on birth control. My concentration completely blown, I cut my gaze back to Talia. What can I help you with? The shooter's partial shoe print they found turned out to be from a custom-made shoe. She approaches the printer on a small desk in their kitchen, then holds up a thick stack of papers and staples it. Elijah just sent me the list of customers who purchased from that custom shoemaker. This list goes back 5 years, which is the time frame the shoemaker has been stamping this logo stamp on them. Why don't you look over the list and see if any names jump out at you? I'll have Calder do the same when he gets back. Standing, I arch my back and then walk over to take the stack. I can't believe it took 2 days to get this information. Talia taps on the paperwork. We had to get a judge to sign off on a court order for the shop owner to turn over his client list. I raise an eyebrow. Felicity convinced the judge, huh? She sure did. Chuckling, Talia gestures to the stool opposite her. Now pull up a seat and start looking. I start at the top of the 2,000 names and skim my gaze down the column of first and last names. 500 names, and an hour later, I'm just getting through the first third of the alphabet, when my eyes feel like they're crossing. I take a break and rub my eyes. So far, nothing jumps out at me. Leaning over, I look at the folder that Talia's flipping through. What's that? She lifts the folder up. This is on Brent. We're still trying to find out more about his financial holdings to see who else might be an investor. Gesturing to the other thick folder on the island, she says, I swear, for as deviously secretive as Philip Hemming was, he was still easier to investigate once I dug a couple layers deeper. This guy Brent is squirrely secretive. Beyond changing his last name, I found where he's stashing what has to be his EUC funds, but I still haven't figured out what this scrape corporation does. Whatever it is, it also makes a tidy sum. Talia's phone beeps with a message. She immediately opens it, then sends a note back. 2 seconds later, the printer starts running once more. Who was that? That was Sebastian's police contact. Talia sets her phone down and walks over to retrieve the paper she just printed. And this is Thomas's autopsy report, the MMA fighter who was murdered. Scanning the pages as she walks back over to her chair, she jerks her head up, her mouth pressed together. She tosses the folder down in front of me. The report says he was strangled to death. The killer tried to wipe away his prints, but they were able to recover one partial print, and you'll never guess who it belonged to. I glance down at the report, then look up at her. Brent? I blink as I pick up the page the police officer had added where he matched the print in the autopsy report and listed Brent as the suspect. How do they already have his fingerprints? Talia's eyes light up. That's a good point. She quickly flips through the background information she has on Brent. It wasn't from a passport because he doesn't own one. Has he ever been arrested before? Not that showed up in anything I looked at. Unless... Talia frowns and then thumbs several more pages, pulling out one from the back. That's brilliant, Cass. I just didn't look back far enough. I only focused on his adult years. This one was when he was in college. Leaning over, she grabs Philip's folder and slides it next to Brent's. We've been looking at these as two separate cases, when we should have been looking at them together. I shake my head, confused. But they are two separate cases. Philip's is about Celeste's disappearance and murder, and Brent's is about running his illegal EUC business. Now that we've found a connection, we need to rethink our strategy. What connection? Talia sets the paper down and slides it across to me. I was so busy focusing on all the money Philip has amassed as part of Carver Enterprises. I forgot about his profession. I pick up the page she'd taken from Brent's folder. It's a police report showing that Brent was arrested for a DUI, but never charged, and his attorney of record was Philip Hemming. My eyes widen. If there's a connection between these two, then it's only because of Brent's friendship with Jake. Talia shakes her head. After you told me what Brent and Jake did to you in high school, I went back and double-checked Brent's background. Unlike Philip and Brent's paths and business dealings crossing, there is nothing on Jake. The only connection he has to either is that he works as a lawyer at his father's firm. She points to both folders. He has no holdings or dummy corporations in his name whatsoever. I hold my hand up. Wait, where did you find a connection between Philip and Brent before now? She shrugs. I didn't. When I discovered that Philip happened to own the abandoned opera house where Thomas's body was found left in a dumpster, I passed it off as coincidence because Philip owns a lot of properties. I assumed he was hoping to cash in on the revitalization project as it expanded in the Lower East End. She pauses, her brow puckering as she rests her palms on both folders. But now, I don't think that's the case. I pick up the stack of papers from the shoe business I was looking through earlier, my hands shaking. If Brent killed a previous fighter for refusing to take a dive, who's to say he didn't try to again? Setting the papers down, I quickly flip through them, then turn the page, pointing to his full name. Brent Tremmel. Brent was the one shooting at us. When I pull out my phone to call Calder, Talia puts her hand over mine. Wait, Cass. She flips the pages forward, then turns the whole thing back to me. Or it could have been someone else. I stare at her finger next to another name. Philip Hemming. A comment Ben made about his father's fury over his guns being removed from his home comes back to me, and I nod. You're right. It could have been Philip. Talia's face sets in determined lines. This is what you call a pattern, where Philip and Brent's lives have crossed in multiple paths. Lifting her hand from the paper, she nods. Now you can call Calder.
Call me about what?
Calder says as he and Sebastian step off the elevator. Once we fill Sebastian and Calder in on the details, Calder's fist is clenched tight around his duffel bag strap.
After this fight is over, beyond running an illegal business, the charges against Brent will include Thomas's murder and our attempted murders.
But you only have a partial shoe print. It could just have easily been Philip, Talia reminds him. Both men have proved they're willing to commit murder.
We'll present both of them as suspects for the shooting against Calder and Cass. Hopefully, forensics will be able to determine which one is responsible.
Sebastian glances at both folders.
As for the other, it makes sense why Philip would remain in the shadows, as a silent partner with Brent in the EUC. With his strong political affiliations, he couldn't be directly tied to an illegal business, like the EUC. So he used layers of shell corporations to hide the money he's gained from financing that business.
I gesture to Brent's folder. When I tried to talk to Beth about Brent's questionable business, she defended him, saying that Brent is just getting his business ready so he could quickly pivot to a legitimate business once MMA was legalized. He would already have a high-end clientele base, and the reputation EUC is established for delivering great bouts. So, yes, that ties in with what you're saying. Calder narrows his gaze.
From Philip's self-serving perspective, who better to align himself with than the people who have the political power to decide MMA's fate in New York? He made sure he was poised to benefit the moment the vote finally passed, making MMA legal.
I shake my head at the intricate web of deceit Philip had pulled people into. I know Talia couldn't find any ties, but it's hard for me to believe that Jake isn't one of the partners. Talia shrugs. Unless all his money is in his father's accounts, and everything is in Philip's name, it's just not there. He lives off his law firm earnings. Setting his duffel bag back down, Calder snorts and wraps his arms around my waist, pulling me close.
Jake doesn't have his father's business savvy or cunning. The guy wouldn't have a clue what to do with that kind of money, let alone know how to hide it.
At least we have a lot more to give the police to help with the charges, Talia says, as she glances at her watch. Oh, it's getting late. We'd better go get ready. Sebastian clasps her elbow.
About that, I was only able to get 2 tickets via a third party. I need Thea with me as backup, since Calder said the metal detectors would go off if we carried.
Talia stares at her husband. I feel like I should go, Sebastian. He shakes his head.
You're safer here.
She frowns. I thought it was because you only have 2 tickets. The tension swelling between them is palpable, and I totally understand her frustration. I want to go, but I won't push it. Calder will be distracted if I'm there, and he needs to focus on the fight. While Talia and Sebastian face off in a silent contest of wills, Calder lifts his bag and tugs me toward the guest bedroom, saying,
I'm going to get ready.
As soon as he shuts the door, I sit on the bed and silently watch him change from a button-down shirt and jeans to black shorts and running shoes. I study his technique as he winds black tape around his left wrist and palm. Then he puts strips of tape between each finger before running the tape around his palm several times. Once he cuts the end of the tape off, I stand and take the roll, then tape up his right hand for him using the same technique. When he moves his fighting gloves and mouthguard to an outside zip-up pocket in his duffel bag, then puts a towel and change of clothes in the main pouch, I hand him extra gauze and medical tape to keep his stitches covered and clean. As he tucks them away, I watch the raven wing and skull tattoo on his back flex and move with his muscles. The tattoo is faded a bit, looking more worn into his skin. Calder told me that's the reason he gets it done a few days early, so it'll look like he's had it for a while. The tough street fighter, Steel, is transforming to life right before my eyes. As magnificent as his body is like this, I don't want to think about the fact that he'll be in a ring, fighting another guy who's determined to beat the shit out of him. When he turns to face me, I take his dog tags off and slip them around his neck. My heart aches a little without them, since they've been on me the past couple of days. But they're a part of his Steel persona, and belong with him tonight. For luck. Calder winks at me, then hands me the tape to wrap up his tags. Once I'm done, I tap the tags and give a wry smile. I like wearing them. They make me think of you. Calder touches my neck and frowns.
I don't like seeing a bruise on you.
Then stop biting me, I say, snickering. He lifts his gaze to mine, regret in his eyes.
Is that what you want, Cass?
I lift up on my tiptoes and whisper against his jaw. Never. He instantly cups my face and presses his mouth against mine in a tender, lingering kiss. Breaking our kiss, he pulls something out of his shorts pocket and moves close to hook it around my neck. When the material tightens and I realize it's a choker, my stomach does somersaults. All the doubts I felt earlier about us floats away. To Calder, I'm his. I inhale his wonderful scent, and when he lifts his head to meet my gaze, my fingers instantly move to my throat. I smile at the feel of the leather under my fingers. I really missed this, I say, excited to have it back. Calder's eyes shift to a deeper green as he slides his thumb along the leather band to touch the silver raven in front.
It looks perfect on you. I expect you to be wearing this and nothing else when I get back tonight.
I admire his confidence and freaking adore his swagger. Wrapping my arms around his hard waist, I lay my head on his muscular chest and listen to his heart's steady thump. After a full minute of basking in his hold, I look up at him. You'd better come back to me, able to make good on that implied promise.
Tell me you love me,
he says, folding his arms around my body. I slide my hands up his muscular back and grin. I do. His gaze narrows.
When I get back, I'm going to make you pay for teasing me.
Crushing me to him, he drops a kiss on my nose.
Be prepared to be ruthlessly provoked, then well fucked, Angel. I can't wait to watch you come apart with my necklace on.
As a shiver of anticipation rushes across my skin, he moves his lips to my ear, his voice husky with heat.
This time around, I will fill you up until you're overflowing.
After I snicker at the contrast of Sebastian wearing a tux as he stands beside Calder in a sweatshirt, shorts, and sneakers, I walk up to Calder and kiss his jaw, then whisper in his ear, I love you. Now go kick ass. Talia presses her lips together and doesn't say anything when Sebastian kisses her on the temple. Once the men leave, I sit down on the couch beside her and tuck her auburn hair behind her ear. Why are you so upset with Sebastian? It's not like you can take out a 200-pound bad guy like your man can. And with 2 Navy SEALs there watching over him, Calder will be much safer. Talia lifts her shoulders. It's not that, Cass. Of course I want Calder to be as protected as possible. It's just... She looks away and sighs. What? I poke her ribs to make her look at me. Taking a deep breath, she exhales quickly. I just have this feeling I should be there. I can't explain it. I eye her, my chest tightening. How strong is this feeling? She curls her fist against her stomach. Deep in my gut. Her green eyes flick to mine. I almost feel sick, Cass. I exhale slowly and reach for my purse, leaning against the couch. Sebastian is going to kill me, I mumble, and lay the ticket that Beth gave me on her thigh. Talia's eyes widen and she looks up at me. Where'd you get this? Beth gave it to me. I point to the envelope. This event's secret location is at an old abandoned ice rink. The address is inside with your ticket. When Talia jumps up and runs into her room to find a dress, I call out, Please be careful. I wait a half hour after Talia leaves to pick up Calder's phone he'd left on the island. Flipping through his address book, I find Sebastian's number. I figure that 30 minutes is long enough that Sebastian won't send her home. But there's no way I'm letting my best friend head over to that abandoned ice rink alone, no matter how strong her gut instinct is. This is Cass. Talia is about 10 minutes behind you. Wait for her.
Be glad you caught me before I went inside, or I'd have your hide.
Women's intuition. She needs to be there. 15 minutes later, I finally get a text back.
Got her. Thanks for having her back.
Crack open that EUC. Setting his phone down, I smile, admiring Talia for sticking to her guns about her instincts. I should trust mine more. I stare at Brent and Philip's folders, shaking my head. I just can't believe that Philip would have a business relationship with Brent that didn't include Jake, considering that's most likely how Brent knows Philip in the first place. Frowning, I pull Brent's folder toward me and open it, turning to the page on financial holdings. I skim until I find the corporation Talia talked about, the one with the sum of money she couldn't identify. My gaze freezes on the company name. Scrap E. I jerk my head up, my heart racing. Holy shit!
Chapter 28. Calder. Steel and hammer! Round 4, the announcer calls out, his deep voice echoing over the indoor arena that has been everything from an ice rink to an indoor football stadium. From the skybox in the corner where the executive contributors are watching us fight behind the safety of privacy glass, to the graduated stadium seating, the crowd of well-dressed fans have been wild with excitement, screaming and yelling their bloodlust for the last hour. Hammer and I have definitely given them a good fight. When it comes to typical MMA moves, my opponent and I are evenly matched, but I also pull my interactions from other disciplines. Every time I've adapted a move, Hammer hasn't been able to get past me, not without taking several powerful hits to his ribs, chest, and a few really good ones to his face. While the ring girl waltzes around the outside of the chain-link cage, I use this short time to mentally assess my damage. My jaw aches, and my right side hurts like a motherfucker. I'm pretty sure my wound is bleeding into my waistband, but at least my black shorts hide it. Despite a swelling left eye behind his white full head cover mask and several bruised ribs, Hammer is pacing on the other side of the arena like a rabid beast. His eyes are wild, as if he's hyped up on drugs, not just fight adrenaline. The bell rings, and the ref indicates we can commence fighting. I grit my teeth against my mouthpiece and ignore the salty sweat rolling from inside my mask and down into my eyes. I blink past the stinging, determined that this is the round Hammer will lose the fight. Hammer runs straight at me and slams me into the cage. As he pounds his fist into my aching side, I grab him around the neck and squeeze with my bicep. He growls around his mouthpiece. I blink as his mumbling takes form in my head. Take a dive. Fuck no, I reply. But just in case he didn't understand me, I knee him hard in the chest and take him down to the floor. We each have each other locked in place on the mat, and while his face is close to mine, he spits out his mouthpiece and grates. If you want to win, to see up into that glass box, then you have to take a dive, asshole. I jerk my gaze to his and give him a, what the fuck kind of fight is this, scowl. Then I flip him over and cinch my thighs around his chest. With cheers swarming all around us, I lean close and spit my own mouthpiece out so he hears my words clearly. I will finish you, I say through clenched teeth right before I pound 3 hard punches to his face. Hammer acts like he is going to tap out, but at the last second the bastard forces me over and tries to lock me in an armbar. The crowd goes wild all over again. I manage to get my legs free, then curl my whole body toward my head, flipping right out of his hold. I steamroll over his head in the process. He looks a bit dazed and twists away just as the bell pings. I glare at Hammer from my side of the mat, wondering if I'm being played. To win, I have to take a dive? How the fuck does that work? This time, the ring girl waltzing around the cage with the number 5 card held high is wearing Hammer's white mask. I skipped the tradition of putting my black carnival-style mask on one of the ring girls on my way into the fight. I wanted to stay focused and didn't need the added distraction. When the masked blonde ring girl stops and steps up on the ladder on the platform to hand Hammer a rolled-up towel over the top of the cage, I experience a flash of regret that I didn't think to ask one of the girls to hold a towel for me. Wiping the sweat out of my eyes would be appreciated right now. The last thing I expect is for Hammer to unroll a handgun from the towel and immediately fire it at the metal plate on the cage door. The crowd screams their surprise as the gunfire echoes in the huge building, and a wave of shocked gasps follow before suddenly everyone goes quiet. I realize Hammer has purposefully jammed the door closed, and while he's distracted, I zoom across the mat, intending to take him out. But he quickly turns the weapon on me, his gaze slitted in fury. Back the fuck off, Steele! Out of the corner of my eye, I see Sebastian shouldering his way past the frozen crowd toward the arena, while several EUC security men also move forward. A couple of the security guards are already at the cage door trying to open it. I know none of them are carrying anything stronger than a taser. It has always been an EUC rule for their security. All of you, back off! Hammer barks, shooting a warning shot toward the ceiling. A hush settles in the room, and the men rushing forward outside the cage suddenly freeze. I stop moving, my hands up. He doesn't have to know I'm assessing the best way to take him down. Holding up his other hand, he lifts a remote device. This is rigged to 2 explosives. One is underneath this stage, and the other up there inside the box with our illustrious guests. If anyone fucking moves toward this cage, I'll hit this button. And trust me, there's enough explosives under here to make sure none of you make it out alive. What do you want? I grit out. Isn't it what you want, Steele? He taunts, then turns to face the crowd. As they all gasp at the sight of his thumb on the remote device, Hammer's wrath booms, reverberating off the walls. You want to see behind that glass? Turning, he fires 5 shots straight into the skybox's smoky panes, and as the glass shatters and the crowd screams, 6 businessmen wearing carnival-style masks are all revealed at once, ducking for cover under the bullet spray. When the men's security guards standing outside the skybox's door renew their efforts to bust it open, Hammer chuckles, raising his voice above the din of the screaming audience. If you open that door, the bomb up there will go off, so I suggest you don't. The men immediately back off, their hands raised. Theo stands there with the guards, adopting the same backing off stance. But I see him nod to Bash, letting him know he's going to take care of that area. My heart pounds with a different kind of adrenaline. Survival. And my gaze becomes laser-focused. You have to have a plan beyond this, I say in an even tone, trying to distract his attention back to me. Bash has managed to inch his way closer, and that's when I catch a glimpse of Talia's red hair shielded behind him. Fuck, how did she get here? That better not mean Cass is anywhere near this place, or I'm going to go apeshit on this crazy prick. If Hammer had just brought a gun to the fight, I would have jumped him already and taken my chances that I'd be faster, but a fucking bomb? I can't stop that from going off too, especially not with his finger resting on the detonator. He turns cold eyes to me. My plan is very clear and you're all going to play your part. Total annihilation. The second he says that, the frozen fans closest to us scream and surge toward the exit, creating mass hysteria. Don't do this, Jake, a woman calls as she steps toward the cage out of the rushing crowd. Hammer is Jake Hemming? Both Hammer and I jerk surprised gazes to the dark-haired beauty making her way up the stairs, her curled hair bouncing in soft waves against her bare shoulders and strappy black dress. Celeste, Jake says, his voice softening. Is that really you? I'm here, she says softly, her gaze staying locked on Jake. I blink to clear the sweat from my vision, needing her to look at me so I can tell who I'm seeing. It can't possibly be Celeste. But then they never did find the body. What about the blood? My brain flashes through the facts I know to be true, yet can't deny the evidence of the woman standing before us. She hooks her fingers on the cage fencing, pulling herself close. Please, Jake. Please don't do this. It was a mistake to leave. I'm not dead. I'm here for you. I edge closer to Jake as he steps toward the fencing, sadness in his tone. Why did you try to leave? You know you always belonged to me, not Ben. If you had stayed, I would never hurt you. Tears shimmer in her eyes as she looks at him. I was wrong, Jake. So very wrong. Jake shakes his head as if clearing it. No! He barks. His shoulders straightening, he takes a step back. Glancing my way, he tightens his hold on the gun and jabs it toward me. Get back, asshole! You're dead, Celeste! Jake glares at me, refusing to look back at her. You're an illusion! I mourned you! Beth calls out from the ground floor, her voice steady and sure. It's Celeste, Jake. She came home. Celeste nods, her fingers tightening on the cage. A trembling smile curves her lips. I came back for you, Scrappy. The nickname pulls Jake's and my attention back to her, and at that moment, my gaze locks on the familiar bruising on her neck. The moment I see Jake's finger leave the button on the remote, I spin and slam my foot into his chest with a powerful kick. The crashing impact jolts the remote and the gun from Jake's hands. I quickly kick the gun out of his reach and smash my fist into his chest, knocking the wind out of him. Get the remote, Cass, I yell, glancing at her. Cass is already hunched down, her arms stretched through the fencing, fingers straining for the remote, but the device landed an inch beyond her reach. I can't reach it. Cass? Roaring his rage, Jake pounds a fist into my chest and flips me onto the mat. Jamming a knee into my chest, he pins me with all his weight as I try to regain my breath. Did you know that I had Cass first? He snarls out a laugh. Actually, I've had your little bitch twice. That second time around was hot enough to almost make me forget about Celeste. He bends close, drilling his knee into me. How does it feel to have my sloppy seconds, Calder fucking Blake? Red flashes across my vision, and I grab his shoulders, throwing him across the cage and into the fencing. As I rush after him in a blind rage, Bash yells my name. I glance up to see him holding a wired trigger from the bomb, and I vaguely register him saying, "Theo got the other one." Before Jake can recover, I let loose on him, pummeling the jeering shit's face into a bloody mess. For stealing Cass's innocence and trying to destroy our firsts. For being a disgusting, molesting fucker. For threatening to kill hundreds of innocent people. I don't stop moving until a couple of police officers pull me off the demented bastard.
Chapter 29. Cass. Great news, Talia says as I answer my phone and slip into my car. That was fast, I snort. I just dropped my proposal off. She laughs. Not that. You're right, it'll take my editor a couple weeks to evaluate it and run it past the marketing committee. I'm calling to let you know the verdict came in. Philip Hemming is going away for a very long time on multiple counts, with Celeste's death giving him the most jail time. Brent and Jake will be sentenced tomorrow. After 2 weeks of endless police interviews, the high-profile nature of multiple murders, attempted murder, and other crimes pushed the trials against Philip, Jake, and Brent up quickly. I'm just glad to be done testifying. I'm so ready to put that whole part of my life behind me. Oh, and Sebastian got your father's proposal rescheduled to this week. He wanted to make sure that the Carver name didn't taint the project. Don't worry. I've already called your dad to let him know to get ready for it. Thank you, Talia. And please thank Sebastian for me, too. I will. Now, if you would only be so accommodating with his wife. Can you believe he's ignoring my suggestion that I join Black Security? You would think after I proved my presence at the fight was necessary, he would agree. But he's being so stubborn. I saw you come out from under the fight arena with him. Did you actually help him defuse that bomb? No, but my nail clippers did. I snicker. Clever. Well, I'm sure it's because Sebastian wants to keep you safe. He already doesn't like it when you have to do undercover stuff for the Tribune. I know, but at least he can control the cases I work if I'm working for our own company. Ugh, the infuriating man. He'll come around, I say, chuckling. He just needs to think it's his idea. Now there's a thought. Anyway, why don't you tell Calder the good news about Philip? I think he's at his parents' house. Oh, that's Sebastian calling. Gotta run. She hangs up before I can ask her to have Sebastian tell his cousin. It's not like I'm avoiding Calder. It's just that ever since that night at the fight, we've both been inundated with the prosecutor's demands pertaining to the cases. And during the trial proceedings, our lawyers recommended that we not speak to each other. They didn't want our testimony polluted in any way. Ironically, because he didn't have to testify, Ben had no conflict issues. He asked me to go for coffee, and I met him at a local cafe. While sipping lattes, I gave him his ring back. When he asked to meet me again, I begged off. I want his friendship, but I know he wants more. As for Calder, I've been terrified at the idea of facing him after that bomb Jake dropped about us. I agonized over what Calder must be thinking, how he might be twisting what Jake said. I wanted to tell him the truth, but it would take longer than a quick whispered answer in the lobby outside the courtroom. The day the testimony phase of the trial was over last week, I received a bouquet of roses from Calder. The note inside made me cry with relief.
All the firsts that matter happened between us. Give me time to get myself in order. Calder.
Before I call Calder with the news about Philip, I decide to clear all the Celeste stuff from my life. I scroll to the email I sent myself with the deceiver text conversation between Celeste and Philip. I'd kept it just in case until the trial was over. Once I delete that, I see another email I sent myself. It was of the picture from Celeste's last diary entry. I'd sent it to myself intending to read it later, but the chaos that ensued afterward quickly absorbed my attention. Settling into my seat, I skim over her moody, poetic entry until I get to the last paragraph. One line jumps out at me, because even though it stays consistent in tone and mood, it addresses the reader, and Celeste never did that. My life was colored by design. It was always your favorite. Colored by design could be referring to all the colors she mentioned throughout her entries, black, green, red, blue. But if I remember right, the colors were always tied to somber moods or used to describe a person's attributes. So who is she talking to? It was whose favorite? I shake my head and start to close the image when it hits me where I'd seen the phrase colored by design before. It was the book I constantly studied in our high school library, the same book Celeste teased me for using an outdated resource. Why would she mention that old book? I can't help but think this note was meant for me. There's only one way to find out. Chapter 30. The Observer. I've delayed long enough. It's time to move on, but I can't leave this dangling. I should never have let sentiment sway me in the first place. Only fools trust others to make smart decisions. I start to get out of my car when Cass Rockwell pulls up. I quickly shut my car door and flip the visor down so she doesn't see me. Tension ratchets as I reach over and pop open the glove compartment, my gaze following her into the high school. Too late. All I can do now is wait. Chapter 31. Cass. Shaking my head, I can't believe I'm standing in our high school library, looking for a book that has probably been sent to the incinerator years ago. When my gaze lands on the familiar spine of the oversized book, I take it down, my body tense with anticipation. I spend the next half hour flipping through every single page, unsure what I'm looking for. When I turn to the last page with no clue as to why Celeste pointed me to this book, I start to close it as I stand, but something slips out of the yellow return card pouch in the back, landing on the carpet. My pulse thrumming, I put the book away and pick up the thin USB stick. By the time I return to my car in the parking lot, my hands are shaking. I rub them on my jeans, then open my laptop and slide the memory stick into the slot. I grunt my annoyance that a passcode is required, but when I see it's 4 digits, I immediately type in my name, and my heart rate picks up when the drive opens, and a dock pops up with my name on it. I click it. Dear Cass, if you're reading this letter, then I'm already dead. I debated whether or not to write this at all, but I wanted you to know the truth. I feel I owed you that much. Philip took everything from me. Everything. He colored my life and changed who I became. If you've gotten this far, I can only assume you've also read between the lines in my diary, so you know what he did. I was only 14. I won't go into details, but life didn't get better. It got much, much worse. For years I suffered in silence, until I saw you show up at that Blake party, pretending to be me. My heart races when I read that part. Wait, what? She saw me? I never saw her there, and she never mentioned it. I continue reading on, my fingers folding tight around my computer screen. What better way to find out what people really think of you than go to a masked party anonymously? I despised the Celeste people thought they knew. What did they say about her when she wasn't around? Would they even notice her absence or care? You were an unexpected surprise. but so very convincing as Celeste. You gave me hope. It took me years to make sure every detail would go as planned. You were pivotal, if I ever wanted to own myself again. But it would only work if you helped. Philip owed me the life he stole, so I made him pay by killing his meal ticket. Celeste had to die. She had become a thorn in my side, a body to shed. I wanted to make sure that Philip never did to another what he did to me. And now he's paying for my life with his own. This baby wasn't a part of my plan. Yet another of Philip's brute force tactics to ensure his child inherited the Carver estate. But I'm going to raise my child with love, so that she never knows what it feels like to be alone in a crowded room, or to be unable to speak the truth because the word's edges are too sharp on her tongue. She will laugh and play and be happy, something I never was. I'm a ghost. Celeste no longer exists. But this new person thanks you for giving her a life. I did my best to protect you from a fate I was already living. I hope you realize that now that you've walked in my shoes. Your friend. P.S. I'm aware that you can give this letter to the police and undo the justice I worked so hard to gain. But this is the risk I'm taking. I stare at the letter, gutted that Celeste felt so alone, that she chose such a twisted path to happiness, but also guilt-ridden by the realization that I helped put a man in prison for a murder he didn't commit. Shutting my laptop, I start my car and pull out of the school's parking lot, my mind in a daze. Chapter 32. The Observer. I glance at the car's clock, my fingers tapping rapidly on the steering wheel. Where is she? When Cass walks out of the main door, her steps brisk, her face pinched, I grip the steering wheel and straighten, watching her body language. She unlocks her car and gets in, then turns to mess with something in her passenger seat. Ah, a laptop. I watch her face, full of intense concentration. She leans close like she's gripping her laptop. What is she thinking? What will she do? Will her new friendship impact her decision? My gaze narrows. I had to secretly bank 5 pints of blood, go to an abortion clinic, feed you texts and clues, all while you wormed your way into my family and stole my sister's affection. Don't steal this from me too, Cass. If you go to the police and Philip gets out, he won't stop until he finds me. Not ever. Don't make me wrong about you. Don't make me regret my trust. I lift the handgun sitting on the passenger seat and set it in my lap, pressing my lips together. Don't make me kill you. Cass starts her car and I do the same. Setting the gun back in the passenger seat, I push my sunglasses tighter against my face and tug my ball cap down, following her. Pulling the gun closer, I check to make sure the safety is off. She'd better not go to the police. When she pulls into the Blake estate, I exhale my relief and turn my car toward the interstate. It's good to know you're just as smart as you were in high school, Cass. Chapter 33. Cass. I ring the bell at the Blake family home. Calder's place isn't quite as ostentatious as the Carver's estate, but it's a good-sized estate, set far back on several acres. Calder opens the door, a beer in one hand and a surprise reflected in his gaze.
Hey, Cass. Are you here to help me pack?
Philip is going away for a very long time, I say, then step inside and take his beer, draining the bottle in one long gulp.
Are you okay?
He chuckles when I hand him the empty bottle. I shake my head and walk into the living room, apparently the only room that's not completely cleared of furniture or full of boxes. Calder follows me into the room and I look at him, my eyebrows hiked. Why do you have a fire going? It's 60 degrees outside. Instead of answering, he points to my laptop tucked under my arm.
Does the beer chugging have to do with that?
Lifting my laptop up, I open it and turn it around for him to see. I need to show you something. Calder takes my laptop and reads the document, his brows pulling down as he reads. When he's done, he lifts his eyes to mine.
Where'd you get this?
I gesture to the memory stick still in the slot. Celeste left that for me to find. An obscure clue only I would get at the end of her diary led me to it. Calder closes my laptop, a smirk tilting his lips.
Karma has nothing on a smart, determined woman. That's one hell of a payback.
I told her father she could run a company. I mutter, then shake my head. Turning to face the fire, I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly chilled. I know Philip has done horrible things, and he absolutely deserves jail time. But he didn't murder anyone. My stomach is nodding that I played a part in putting him away for murder, Calder. Taking the memory stick, Calder sets my laptop down on the floor, then moves to stand beside me.
If there was a way to erase Philip from my family tree, I would, Cass. But if I did that, I never would have met you. And since I can't change the past, I absolutely want him to suffer, to the full extent of the law and beyond, for every bit of pain he's caused.
I glance at him as he stares at the memory stick. I wish I'd never found her letter. I don't want this burden.
Then I'll carry it,
he says, tossing the memory stick into the fire. Turning me to face him, he takes my hand and flattens it on the scar across his hip, just above his jeans waistband.
Forensics proved Philip was the one who shot at us that night, Cass. We were lucky it was dark, because he's a hunter who was absolutely shooting to kill.
I nod as I rub my thumb over the scar the bullet wound left behind. Then I cut my hand over his hip. When Calder doesn't react or touch me back, my heart constricts a little. I release him and glance around the room. A box of records and another box of books sit by the doorway. The other boxes around the edges of the room are taped closed and marked donation. The only piece of furniture left in the room is a soft leather chair. Sitting in front of the chair on the wood floor is a shoebox and a 6-pack of beer. I gesture to the shoebox. What's in there?
Memories that aren't.
Memories always are, Calder. Good or bad. They exist. He shrugs.
Not when they weren't real.
Let's see about that, I say, scooping up the shoebox before he can stop me. When I pull the lid off and all I see are remnants of pictures someone has snipped up with scissors, I gape. Did you do this? His face hardens.
A child did that after his mother killed herself.
He glances away, shoving his hands into his jeans.
When my father found out what I'd done to our family pictures, he was furious. But he refused to throw them away. I found them in the attic while cleaning it out this week.
I lift a handful of the colorful images, showing bits of happiness, smiling faces, beach sunsets, water slides, carnival rides, Christmas trees, a woman laughing. There are happy times here, Calder. You just need to remember them. He snorts.
I was about to toss that into the fire when you rang the bell. It was the last thing I had left to do.
You're not done. Raising my eyebrows, I turn the box upside down, dumping the contents on the floor.
Not playing, Cass,
he says, his expression unreadable. I drop to my knees and begin to turn the picture pieces right side up. When I find one that has Calder's face, I coo at the baby ones and awe at the little boy pictures. Apparently, Calder has always been adorable. He watches me for at least 10 minutes, until I look up at him and huff. Well, come on, Master Puzzler. This will go much faster with both of us working this massive puzzle. He frowns.
You plan to put them all back together?
Of course. How else am I going to see your family album? I'm dying to know what the deal is with the stuffed purple gorilla. He snorts.
You mean grape ape?
I lift my hands. How would I know? You have to tell me the stories. Calder joins me on the floor. Opening 2 beers, he hands me one. While we spend a couple hours putting the pictures together, he tells me stories about backpacking and beach trips. At one point, while he's telling me about Benemsha Beach and Chilmark and Martha's Vineyard, he closes his eyes and inhales.
I can still feel the sun on my face and smell the fresh ocean air. There's nothing quite like it.
Sounds amazing, I say, smiling. He looks at me and taps his beer bottle to mine.
I'll take you there one day, so you can experience the beautiful sunsets. They're indescribable.
I'd like that. He stares off into space, and a slow smile spreads across his face. I can tell he's reliving a happy memory. What are you thinking? He glances my way.
I remember my mom and dad dancing in the sand. Even on the beach, people stopped to watch them. That's one thing I definitely got from my dad.
Oh yeah, what's that? I tease, loving that he's starting to reconnect with happy family memories. Setting his beer down, Calder stands and picks up his phone from the fireplace mantel. Scrolling through it, he selects a song and then walks over to me, holding his hand out.
Dance with me, Cass.
I put my hand in his as Ed Sheeran's soulful ballad Thinking Out Loud streams from his phone. As the music comes alive and the empty room's acoustics give the song a larger-than-life feel, Calder folds his arm behind my back and holds my other hand out. And then he dances with me around the empty room, directing me in big, sweeping spins and turns, ballroom dancing style. While the song's first words weave a sweet spell of togetherness around a couple who have been together forever, my heart aches for the loss of his parents. Yet I can't help but yearn for the kind of forever the lyrics describe. I let myself fall into the security and peace the words evoke, for as long as it lasts while Calder holds me in his arms. I'm enthralled with his dancing skill and adore the happiness in his face as he stares down at me right before he twirls me away from him. When he pulls me back toward his chest, I grin and relish the excitement in my belly from the quick kiss he drops on my nose before sending me away from him once more. It makes me hope that he might want the same, a permanent future together. Once the music ends, my pulse races and I know my cheeks are glowing. My heart is so full of love for this man. Your dad taught you how to ballroom dance? He laughs.
Actually, yes and no. My mother was the one who danced with me, so I could learn the male parts. But my father was the expert who instructed. He drilled me until I learned every step.
I had no idea there was such hidden talent in those toes of yours. He yanks me close, a cocky grin flashing.
Head to toe, baby. Head to toe.
Just when I think he's going to kiss me, my phone starts buzzing in my back pocket. Oh crap, that's my reminder that I have dinner with Beth in a half hour. I grimace when reality hits. How will I keep a straight face now? Calder clasps my shoulders.
You didn't make Celeste's decision to leave. She did. Knowing the truth doesn't change the fact that Beth lost a sister forever. Just be her friend, Cass. You're probably more a sister to her than Celeste has been in a long time.
He's right. As soon as I saw Jake's nickname on Brent's Shell Corporation, I knew that Jake was Hammer. And once I called and told Beth what Brent did to me in the past and the other crimes he was suspected of, she was completely on board to help me get past EUC security and back me up if Jake was as off the rails as Ben claimed. Ever since that night, Beth has kept in touch. When I nod my agreement about Beth and start to pull away, Calder slides his hands down my arms and captures my wrists.
Thank you.
For what? I ask, confused. He rubs his thumb slowly over the fine bones of my wrist, then glances toward the pictures on the floor.
For reminding me that even in sad memories, there are good ones too.
I smile. By my count, you still have a third of the pictures left. Your assignment is to look at every single one. He smirks.
I have 3 more beers. I think I'm covered.
Before I can step away, he folds his hands around mine.
I owe Alana a favor for her part in procuring the necklace I gave you.
I tense at the mention of his ex, and notice that he glances down at my bare neck. Does he wonder why I'm not wearing his leather necklace now? Talia had returned the diamond one to me in mint condition a week ago, but wearing either one of Calder's gifts without him in my life was just too painful. I'd put them away in the hopes that one day I'd never have to go a day without wearing one. Calder's fingers tighten around mine.
Alana's creating a special portfolio of all her work and has a section on her temporary tattoos. Now that Steele is done, I agreed to model for pictures. Not of my face, just my back. You mentioned wanting to take pictures, and since this will be the last time I have Steele's tattoos, do you still want to take photos?
Jealousy surges in my chest, but I appreciate him telling me up front about Alana, and also for remembering my wish to photograph him. I nod, and try to keep my thoughts out of my response. I would love that. Just let me know where and when. His fingers flex around my hands.
Tomorrow, at my apartment. Come around 4, so you'll still have daylight if you want.
When he releases my hands, I feel suddenly adrift, like I'm no longer tethered to him. The feeling is so upsetting, I swallow and glance away.
Cass, are you okay?
Unsure where we stand, I force a smile. Even though Calder was dealing with his own issues today, he was sweet and supportive. Yet the heat that's normally in his gaze when he looks at me was definitely subdued. I know that note he sent me said we're fine, but I can't help but wonder if what Jake said is affecting how Calder feels about us. I'm good. See you tomorrow, I say, and walk over to pick up my laptop. Chapter 34. Cass.
Come in and get set up,
Calder says, pulling his apartment door open. He's bare-chested and barefooted, wearing nothing but a pair of well-worn faded blue jeans riding low on his hips. I try not to stare at the black feathers standing out across his muscular shoulder and arm, but he's just too beautiful not to admire, at least for a second or two.
You coming in, Cass?
He asks, his light brown eyebrows elevated. I clear my throat, clasping my camera bag strapped tight. Yeah. Where's the best light? He gestures toward the window.
This is the best time of day for it.
Even though this shoot is highly personal, I go through the motions of setting up my tripod and adjusting for lighting like I would any other job. I even make Calder stand in a certain spot while I adjust my camera on the tripod to assure I'll have the best angle and lighting. Shooing him away, I take out my other camera and check the lens for dust, then double-check that my settings are where I want them to be. After several minutes of deep concentration, I realize Calder hasn't said a word. I look up to see him leaning against the counter, watching me. What? He smiles.
Nothing. It's interesting to watch you in your Raven persona. You're so focused and intense. Are you ready for me?
Unsure if that was a compliment or not, I lift my camera and gesture to the space I want him to stand in. When Calder moves into place and reaches for the button on his pants, I lower my camera and frown. What are you doing? He pauses with his pants halfway unzipped, and I can see that his goodie trail continues. He's completely commando under his jeans. I grit my teeth. You didn't say you did a nude photo shoot with Alana. Calder unzips his pants completely. Stripping out of his jeans, he kicks them away and narrows his gaze.
You didn't tell me you went for coffee with Ben, either.
How does he know that? I hold my camera up. I haven't fucked Ben, I say in a tight tone, snapping off a couple of test shots. Calder folds his arms, muscles flexing against his chest.
I haven't fucked Alana either.
I meant ever. I lift the camera to my face to keep him from seeing how hurt I feel. But when I peer through the viewfinder and see he's fully erect, my hands tremble. I have to grip the camera tight to keep it from shaking, but I manage to take a round of shots, keeping my attention from the waist up. Calder lowers his arms, his green gaze peering directly at me through the lens.
Look at me, Cass.
I am, I say, moving to take a couple of zoomed-in portrait shots. The softness in his eyes staring into my lens surprises me, and I lower the camera.
I didn't model for her in the nude.
He spreads his arms, his chest and abs flexing.
This is for you, and only you.
My throat tightens, and I nod my appreciation. Can you turn around and bend your left arm toward your head? Calder turns and bends his arm up, flexing his bicep and the raven's wing along with it. Breathtaking. God, he really is a beautiful man. I spend the next half hour taking shots of his back from every angle, making sure to capture those two perfect balls of muscle just below his waist. I want to cop a feel so bad my fingers tingle, but I force myself to stay focused on the shoot. Raven would have kept on shooting for at least another hour, but after another flurry of shots, I set the camera down and walk up to run my hand over his tattoo. It's truly a work of art. I'm glad Alana will have it immortalized in her portfolio, so it won't disappear forever. When my fingers trail down his spine, then lightly over the curve of his ass, Calder inhales deeply and glances at me over his left shoulder, his eyebrow hiked.
What about you? Is Raven going to include steel in her book?
His comment sparks a thought, and I run my other hand over his left shoulder, then down his bicep, flexing my fingers against the tattoo on his muscles. I've had a hard time deciding on a cover that would encompass the heart of my book, without having the same cityscape you always see on books about New York. My book is different. It deserves a unique cover. You just gave me the perfect idea. He turns around and spears his fingers under my hair, cupping the back of my neck.
I'm glad to be your inspiration.
His cocky smile turns my heart over as his gaze searches mine.
I've missed you, Cass. Your sweet smell and the feel of you against me.
Leaning close, he husks against my cheek.
But most especially, your hands cupping my ass, pulling me deeper inside you.
My breath hitches at the memories, and I slide my arms around his waist, looking up at him. I've missed you too. Did you finish looking at all the pictures? He folds his muscular arms around me, his erection pressing against my belly.
Yes. My parents' home is now empty.
I know putting the house on the market is part of his grieving process, but my chest still twinges. It was your childhood home, too. Do you plan to keep this apartment? Nodding, Calder kisses my forehead.
I'm going to need a place closer to the black security office. But yes, this apartment will remain mine, so I can help Gil with training as much as I can in my free time. He pauses and cups my face. Now that you're done shooting, would you like to help me wash off the tattoo? I smile and press close, enjoying his warmth and the smell of spicy deodorant. I will miss the tattoo, but I'm glad that he's shedding the loner part of his life and joining Sebastian's business full-time. I would love that. Stepping back, he gestures to my clothes, heat simmering in his gaze. Strip, raven mine. He doesn't have to ask me twice. I quickly unbutton my jeans and shimmy out of them, along with my underwear, then slip off my sweater and bra. Calder chuckles as he steps toward his record player and stacks the spindle several vinyls deep. I think that might be a record, Cass. Maybe I should have offered to shower with you before now. Are any of those from your dad's collection? I ignore his teasing. I'm too excited, remembering the first time I watched him wash his steel tattoo away. I wanted so badly to be the one sliding my hands over his skin, helping him shed the dark persona. Now I get to. A few, he says, testing the needle. I grin and turn for the bathroom, saying over my shoulder, "Hurry up, slowpoke." Foreigner's I Want to Know What Love Is begins to play through the apartment speakers as Calder joins me in the small bathroom and flips on the shower. Once he adjusts the temperature, he wraps his arms around my waist and walks us into the shower together. I know the hot water won't wash away his tattoo, so I let the steam fill my senses and relax against his hard chest, enjoying the moment of being in his arms after so long. As we stand there in silence, Calder hasn't asked me about what Jake said, but it has to be bothering him. I know I would want to know the truth. Taking his arms, I wrap them around my breasts, then fold my hands over his. I never told you the story about when I almost died. He stills, tensing against me. When was this? In college. That night I went to a nightclub with my girlfriends. We were partying, doing shots, and hanging out on the dance floor having a general good time. While each of my friends hooked up with guys they met there, I wasn't interested. I did a few more shots and continued to dance. I shrug, smirking. It's not like my hookups would lead to anything earth-shattering. The place was wall-to-wall packed. The last person I expected to run into on the dance floor was Jake. Calder exhales harshly. You don't have to tell me, Cass. I shake my head. No, you should know what happened. Apparently, Jake had just seen Celeste kissing her boyfriend near the bar. He was pissed as hell and also high. When he saw me, it's like a switch flipped. He pushed me against the wall and said, I can't believe my luck. I need a release, and here you are. The shower washes away the tears as I recall my humiliation that night. He violated you on the dance floor? Calder asks, his arms tightening around me. Yes and no, I say, answering honestly. Calder turns me around, his hard gaze grilling mine. I don't understand, Cass. I glance away. He dry humped me against a wall, Calder, and I didn't fight him. His fingers tighten around my arms. Why? I look down at his chest, unable to meet his gaze. I was drunk, and because the only time I'd ever climaxed was that night with him and Brent. It wasn't what I wanted. I had no control over it back then, but since I hadn't climaxed ever again, a twisted part of me had to know that I wasn't completely dead inside. Calder lifts my chin. Did you come? I sob. I did, which told me that I was completely fucked up. Afterward, I was so appalled and disgusted with myself that I went back to my room and cut my wrists. I hadn't done it in so long, and I was so upset.
I accidentally cut too deep and I ended up in the hospital. I exhale a shaky breath, relieved to have it out there, but worried what he'll think of me. Calder slides his hands in my wet hair and pulls me close.
That wasn't something you could control. My guess is the reason you came was because strong emotion can stimulate a physical response. And fear is a powerful emotion.
Cupping my jaw, love and support reflects in his gaze.
I'm sorry for everything Jake put you through, Cass. I meant what I said when I sent you those roses. All that matters are our firsts.
Water pings off our faces as he stares into my eyes.
Do you believe me?
The tightness in my chest eases, and I nod. Thank you for being the amazing man you are. I love you, Calder. Calder presses a tender kiss to my lips, then smiles.
Are you ready to wash Steel away?
I nod, and he hands me the special bottle of soap, then turns around. Grinning, I squirt the strong, citrusy soap on his shoulders and down his back, then giggle as I hand him the bottle to rub the soap against his skin and watch the ink slide away. Hand me the soap again. I must not have put enough on your shoulders. The feathers are being stubborn. Calder clasps my hand and pulls me in front of him, kissing my jaw.
That's because it's there to stay, Angel.
What? I squeeze his bicep, then turn him around once more to stare at his shoulders. The skull is gone, and the only bit left is the raven's wing, across his shoulders and down his arm. The feather design covers most of the Celtic tattoo, except for the bit on his ribs, next to the word solace. Why did you decide to keep the raven's wing? I ask, stepping back under the spray with him. He smiles and shakes his head.
It's not just a raven's wing, Cass. It's a raven. It has always been a raven.
Turning, he points to the curve where his neck and right shoulder meet, and that's when I see what I haven't before. A raven's head and beak along the curve of his neck and shoulder. Apparently the whole time I thought I was seeing a raven's wing, I was actually seeing an entire raven wrapped around his shoulders. My heart is so full of love I can only gape at him. Calder smiles and turns me back around in his arms, pulling me fully against him.
You told me that now I'll never be alone.
Folding his tattooed left arm across my chest, he continues,
And now you'll always have a raven watching over you, Angel.
Deep sentiment floods through me, and I grip the feathers on his bicep, wrapped around my chest. Calder, that's the most romantic gesture. I swallow my emotions and try to calm my racing heart. You know, if you need a place to crash closer to work, I could use a roommate. I trail off and hold my breath.
Sorry, not interested in the roommate thing,
he says briskly, shaking his head. Oh, okay. I just thought I'd offer. I keep my tone light to cover my disappointment. Calder chuckles as he lifts my hand and slides a gorgeous black diamond on my ring finger.
I couldn't resist. The way it shines, I immediately thought of a raven's eye. I love you, Cass. Deeply, passionately, and without reservation. I want to protect you and make love to you until we're old and gray. You are all I want.
I turn to him and touch his jaw. I love you very much.
Say you'll marry me, Angel. Then Ben can stop asking you out. Hemming asshole.
Laughing, I clasp his neck. Calder lifts me in his arms and I wrap my legs tight around his waist. His nostrils flare and he grips my hips as he slowly glides his cock inside me.
Is that a yes?
When he's as deep as he can go, I gasp and flex around him, moaning. Calder sets me against the shower wall and thrusts deep, his voice turning rough when I dig my fingers into his skin and mule my pleasure.
I'm not hearing the right word, Angel.
I lean my head back and let my body answer for me, moaning through a long wave of satisfaction as my orgasm takes over. I shudder and tremble through the tremors of happy bliss. Calder's breathing rushes against my neck, and he drives into me as if he can't get close enough. His shoulders bunching, his chest crushes mine as he roars through his own release. We're both panting, and I shiver as the warm water pounding down on us suddenly turns cold. Calder grunts and sets me down to quickly shut off the spray. I laugh softly, unable to keep my hands off his body, while he rubs my skin and hair with a warm towel. When he's done and takes the towel to himself, tousling his hair into a wild array of spiky sexiness, I press a soft kiss to his lips.
Is that your answer?
He says impatiently, then drops the towel to scoop me in his arms and carry me over to the bed. Hold that thought. I quickly wiggle out of his hold before he can lay me down. Walking over to my purse, I retrieve the raven leather necklace from a zipper compartment inside. I smile and start back toward him, but pause when I'm a foot away and stare down at the leather collar in my hand. Rubbing my thumb across the teeth marks along one side, I turn glistening eyes to his. This is the band from your hat. From the party, isn't it? Calder nods and pulls me close.
I told you I found the perfect material for the choker.
Taking the necklace, he hooks it around my neck, then lifts my chin, his intense gaze holding mine.
I never want to wake up to an empty space beside me again. I love you, Cass. No matter where we choose to live, you are my home. Marry me, Angel.
Not a question, but a statement. It's so Calder. The Lumineers' song, Ho Hey, begins to pump through the speakers. Its lyrics are so appropriate for us, I get teary. We belong to each other. I cup his face and whisper against his lips. Don't sell your childhood home. Let's make it happy again, with our own family. He hooks his hands around my waist, his fingers flexing, emotion churning in his gaze.
That'd better be a yes.
Tears spilling, I throw myself against his hard frame, knocking us onto his bed. Yes, I will marry you, you stubborn, beautiful, complex man. When Calder presses a kiss just above my necklace, I sigh my happiness and tease. Sebastian says you collared me. Lust fills his gaze and he tugs me underneath him.
If I could stamp property of Calder Blake on that gorgeous forehead of yours, without you wanting to kick me where it counts, I would.
His attention slides to my necklace.
But since the choker isn't waterproof, I'll just have to give you a reason to keep that ring on every single day.
It's perfect, Calder. I lift my hand up and admire the beautiful ring he'd chosen for its personal meaning, then slowly trace my fingers along the side of his face. And I can't wait to experience the many ways you do that.
I'm glad to hear it, because you're mine, Cassandra Rockwell Blake.
Calder bites the heel of my hand and then my wrist. Sliding his thigh between mine, he nips at my collarbone, then clamps down on my neck as he slowly eases himself inside me. A flood of heat envelops my whole body when he releases my throat and rumbles against my cheek.
And I'm never letting you go.
I twine my fingers in his hair and tug his mouth to mine. You'd better not. I'm yours, Calder Jackson Blake. Always and only yours. This has been Steel Rush, In the Shadows, Book 5, written by P.T. Michelle, narrated by Kirsten Lee and Lance Greenfield, at Brickshop Audio Inc. Copyright 2016 by P.T. Michelle. Production copyright 2016 by P.T. Michelle.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.